Welcome to American Accent Training. This book and CD set is designed to get you started on your American accent. We'll follow the book and go through the 13 lessons and all the exercises step by step. Everything is explained and a complete answer key may be found in the back of the text. What is accent? Accent is a combination of three main components: intonation, speech music, liaisons, word connections, and pronunciation, the spoken sounds of vowels, consonants, and combinations. As you go along, you'll notice that you're being asked to look at accent in a different way. You'll also realize that the grammar you studied before and this accent you're studying now are completely different. Part of the difference is that grammar and vocabulary are systematic and structured, the letter of the language. Accent, on the other hand, is free-form, intuitive, and creative, more the spirit of the language. So, thinking of music, feeling, and flow, let your mouth relax into the American accent. Can I learn a new accent? Can a person actually learn a new accent? Many people feel that after a certain age, it's just not possible. Can classical musicians play jazz? If they practice, of course they can. For your American accent, it's just a matter of learning and practicing techniques this book and CD set will teach you. It's up to you to use them or not. How well you do depends mainly on how open and willing you are to sounding different from the way you've sounded all your life. A very important thing you need to remember is that you can use your accent to say what you mean and how you mean it. Word stress conveys meaning through tone or feeling, which can be much more important than the actual words that you use. We'll cover the expression of these feelings through intonation in the first lesson. You may have noticed that I talk fast and often run my words together. You've probably heard enough English teacher English where everything is pronounced without having to listen too carefully. That's why on the CDs we're going to talk just like the native speakers that we are, in a normal conversational tone. Native speakers may often tell people who are learning English to slow down and to speak clearly. This is meant with the best of intentions, but it's exactly the opposite of what a student really needs to do. If you speak fairly quickly and with strong intonation, you'll be understood more easily. To illustrate this point, you'll hear a Vietnamese student first trying to speak slowly and carefully, and then repeating the same words quickly and with strong intonation. Studying, this exercise took her only about 2 minutes to practice, but the difference makes her sound as if she'd been in America for many years. Please listen. You'll hear the same words twice.
Hello, my name is Mui. I'm taking American accent training. Hello, my name is Mui. I'm taking American accent training.
You may have to listen to this CD a couple of times to catch everything. To help you, every word on the CD is also written in the book. By seeing and hearing simultaneously, you'll learn to reconcile the differences between the appearance of English, spelling, and the sound of English, pronunciation, and the other aspects of accent. The CD leaves a rather short pause for you to repeat into. The point of this is to get you responding quickly and without spending too much time thinking about your response. Accent versus pronunciation. Many people equate accent with pronunciation. I don't feel this to be true at all. America is a big country, and while the pronunciation varies from the East Coast to the West Coast, from the southern to the northern states, two components that are uniquely American stay basically the same: the speech music, or intonation, and the word connections, or liaisons. Throughout this program, we'll focus on them. In the latter part of the book, we'll work on pronunciation concepts such as cat, caught, cut, and Betty bought a bit of better butter. We'll also work our way through some of the difficult sounds such as TH, the American R, the L, V, and Z. Which accent is correct? American accent training was created to help people sound American for lectures, interviews, teaching, business situations, and general daily communication. Although America has many regional pronunciation differences, the accent you will learn is that of standard American English as spoken and understood by the majority of educated native speakers in the United States. Don't worry that you'll sound slangy or too casual, because you most definitely won't. This is the way a professor lectures to a class, the way a national newscaster broadcasts, the way that is most comfortable and familiar to the majority of native speakers. Why is my accent so bad? Learners can be seriously hampered by a negative outlook, so I'll address this very important point early. First, your accent is not bad. It is non-standard to the American ear. There's a joke that goes, what do you call a person who can speak 3 languages? Trilingual. What do you call a person who can speak only 2 languages? Bilingual. What do you call a person who can only speak 1 language? American. Every language is equally valid or good, so every accent is good. The average American, however, truly does have a hard time understanding a non-standard accent. George Bernard Shaw said that the English and Americans are 2 people divided by the same language. Some students learn to overpronounce English because they naturally want to say the word as it is written. Too often, an English teacher may allow this, perhaps thinking that colloquial English is unsophisticated, unrefined, or even incorrect. Not so at all. Just as you don't say the T in listen, the double T in better is pronounced D, better. Any other pronunciation will sound foreign, strange, wrong, or different to a native speaker. Less than it appears, more than it appears. As you will see in exercise 121, squeezed out syllables on page 18, some words appear to have 3 or more syllables, but all of them are not actually spoken. For example, business is not business, but rather business. Just when you get used to eliminating whole syllables from words, you're going to come across other words that look as if they have only 1 syllable, but really need to be said with as many as 3. In addition, the inserted syllables are filled with letters that are not in the written word. I'll give you 2 examples of this strange phenomenon. Pool looks like a nice 1-syllable word, but if you say it this way, at best it will sound like pool, and at worst it will be unintelligible to your listener. For clear comprehension, you need to say 3 syllables, pool. Where did that W come from? It's certainly not written down anywhere, but it is there just as definitely as the P is there. The second example is a word like feel. If you say just the letters that you see, it will sound more like fil or fill. You need to say feel. Is that really a Y? Yes. These mysterious semivowels are explained under liaisons in Chapter 2. They can appear either inside a word, as you have seen, or between words, as you will learn. Language is fluent and fluid. Just like your own language, conversational English has a very smooth, fluid sound. Imagine that you're walking along a dry riverbed with your eyes closed. Every time you come to a rock, you trip over it, stop, continue, and trip over the next rock. This is how the average foreigner speaks English. It is slow, awkward, and even painful. Now imagine that you're a great river rushing through that same riverbed. Rocks are no problem, are they? You just slide over and around them without ever breaking your smooth flow. It is this feeling that I want you to capture in English. Changing your old speech habits is very similar to changing from a stick shift to an automatic transmission. Yes, you continue to reach for the gear shift for a while, and your foot still tries to find the clutch pedal, but this soon phases itself out. In the same way, you may still say telephone call instead of call for a while, but this too will soon pass. You'll also have to think about your speech more than you do now. In the same way that you were very aware and self-conscious when you first learned to drive, you'll eventually relax and deal with the various components simultaneously. A new accent is an adventure. Be bold. Exaggerate wildly. You may worry that Americans will laugh at you for putting on an accent, but I guarantee you they won't even notice. They'll just think that you finally learned to talk right. Good luck with your new accent. A few words on pronunciation. I'd like to introduce you to the pronunciation guide outlines in the following chart. There aren't too many characters that are different from the standard alphabet, but just so you'll be familiar with them, look at the chart. It shows 8 tense vowels and 6 lax vowels and semivowels. Tense vowels, lax vowels. In some books, tense vowels are called long and lax vowels are called short. Since you'll be learning how to lengthen vowels when they come before a voiced consonant, it would be confusing to say that hen has a long, short vowel. It's more descriptive to say that it has a lax vowel that is doubled or lengthened. Here are the tense vowels. A, take. E, eat. I, ice. O, hope. Oo, smooth. Ah, cot. Ah, cat. Ow, down. Here are the lax vowels. Get. It. Took. Some. And the semivowels. Her. All. Dull. Now you try it. Repeat after me. E. Oo. A. Ah. I. O. Voiced consonants, unvoiced consonants. A consonant is a sound that causes 2 points of your mouth to come into contact in 3 locations: the lips, the tip of the tongue, and the throat. A consonant can either be unvoiced, whispered, or voiced, spoken, and it can appear at the beginning, middle, or end of a word. You'll notice that for some categories, a particular sound doesn't exist in English. Telephone tutoring. Preliminary diagnostic analysis. This is a speech analysis to identify the strengths and weaknesses of your American accent. If you're studying American accent training on your own, please contact toll-free 800-457-4255 or AmericanAccent.com for a referral to a qualified telephone analyst. The diagnostic analysis is designed to evaluate your current speech patterns to let you know where your accent is standard and non-standard. Chapter 1. American Intonation. The American Speech Music. What to do with your mouth to sound American. One of the main differences between the way an American talks and the way the rest of the world talks is that we don't really move our lips. So when an American says, "read my lips," what does he really mean? We create most of our sounds in the throat using our tongue very actively. If you hold your fingers over your lips or clench your jaws when you practice speaking American English, you'll find yourself much closer to native-sounding speech than if you try to pronounce every single sound very carefully. If you can relate American English to music, remember that the indigenous music is jazz. Listen to their speech music and you'll hear that Americans have a melodic, jazzy way of producing sounds. Imagine the sound of a cello when you say "Betty bought a bit of better butter," and you'll be close to the native way of saying it. Because most Americans came from somewhere else, American English reflects the accent contributions of many lands. The speech music has become much more exaggerated than British English, developing a strong and distinctive intonation. If you use this intonation, not only will you be easier to understand, but you'll sound much more confident, dynamic, and persuasive. Intonation, or speech music, is the sound that you hear when a conversation is too far away to be clearly audible, but close enough for you to tell the nationality of the speakers. The American intonation dictates liaisons and pronunciation, and it indicates mood and meaning. Without intonation, your speech would be flat, mechanical, and very confusing for your listener. What is the American intonation pattern? How is it different from other languages? For example, if you hear a Japanese person speaking English, the sound would be very choppy, mechanical, and unemotional to an American. The same way with German peoples. It sounds too stiff. A man from Paris, on the other hand, his intonation goes up at the end of every sentence. and has such a strong intonation that he sounds romantic and highly emotional, but this may not be appropriate for a lecture or a business meeting in English. American intonation do's and don'ts. Do not speak word by word. Bob is on the phone. If you speak word by word, as many people who learned printed English do, you'll end up sounding mechanical and foreign. You may have noticed the same thing happens in your own language. When someone reads a speech, even a native speaker, it sounds stiff and stilted, quite different from a normal conversational tone. Connect words to form sound groups. This is where you're going to start doing something completely different than what you've done in your previous English studies. This part is the most difficult for many people because it goes against everything they've been taught. Instead of thinking of each word as a unit, think of sound units. These sound units may or may not correspond to a word written on a page. Native speakers don't say, Bob is on the phone, but say, Bob is on the phone. Sound units make a sentence flow smoothly like peanut butter, never really ending and never really starting, just flowing along. Even chunky peanut butter is acceptable. So long as you don't try to put plain peanuts directly onto your bread, you'll be okay. Use staircase intonation. Let those sound groups floating on the wavy river in the figure flow downhill and you'll get the staircase. Staircase intonation not only gives you that American sound, it also makes you sound much more confident. Not every American uses the downward staircase. A certain segment of the population uses rising staircases, generally teenagers on their way to the shopping mall. Hi, my name is Tiffany. I live in La Cañada. I'm on the pep squad. What exactly is staircase intonation? In saying your words, imagine that they come out as if they were bounding lightly down a flight of stairs. Every so often, one jumps up to another level and then starts down again. Americans tend to stretch out their sounds longer than you may think is natural. So to lengthen your vowel sounds, put them on 2 stair steps instead of just 1. Instead of we're here, say we're here. The sound of an American speaking a foreign language is very distinctive because we double sounds that should be single. For example, in Spanish or Japanese, the word no is, to our ear, clipped or abbreviated. No. And in Standard American, no. When you have a word ending in an unvoiced consonant, one that you whisper, t, k, s, x, f, sh, you'll notice that the preceding vowel is said quite quickly and on a single stair step. When a word ends in a vowel or a voiced consonant, one that you say, b, d, g, z, v, j, j, the preceding vowel is said more slowly and on a double stair step. Unvoiced, seat. Voiced, seed. There are 2 main consequences of not doubling the second category of words. Either your listener will hear the wrong word, or even worse, you'll always sound upset. Consider that the words curt, short, terse, abrupt, and clipped all literally mean short. When applied to a person or to language, they take on the meaning of upset or rude. For example, in the expressions his curt reply, her terse response, or he was very short with me, all indicate a less than sunny situation. Exercise 1-1. Rubber band practice with nonsense syllables. Take a rubber band and hold it with your 2 thumbs. Every time you want to stress a word by changing pitch, pull on the rubber band. Stretch it out gently, don't jerk it sharply. Make a looping figure with it and do the same with your voice. Use the rubber band and stretch it out every time you change pitch. Read first across, then down. 1. Da da da. La la la. Me me me. Ho ho ho. 2. Da da da. La la la. Me me me. Ho ho ho. 3. Da da da. La la la. Me me me. Ho ho ho. 4. Da da da. La la la. Me me me. Ho ho ho. Now down. Column A. Da da da. Da-da-da, da-da-da, da-da-da. B. La la la, la la la, la la la, la la la. C. Me me me, me me me, me me me, me me me. D. Ho ho ho, ho ho ho, ho ho ho, ho ho ho. Read each column down, keeping the same intonation pattern. A. Da da da. A B C. 1 2 3. Dogs eat bones. Next, column B. Da da da. Imprecise. A hot dog. They eat bones. C. Da da da. Condition. A hot dog. They eat them. D. Da da da. Alphabet. Hot dog stand. Give me one. Staircase intonation. So what is intonation in American English? What do Americans do? We go up and down staircases. We start high and end low. Every time we want to stress a word or an idea, we just start a new staircase. That sounds simple enough, but when and where do you start a new staircase? Statement intonation with nouns. Intonation or pitch change is primarily used to introduce new information. This means that when you're making a statement for the first time, you'll stress the nouns. Dogs eat bones. Exercise 1-2. Noun intonation. Practice the noun stress pattern after me using pitch change. Add your own examples at the end. 1. Dogs eat bones. 2. Mike likes bikes. 3. Elsa wants a book. 4. Adam plays pool. 5. Bobby needs some money. 6. Susie combs her hair. 7. John lives in France. 8. Nellie teaches French. 9. Ben writes articles. 10. Keys open locks. 11. Jerry makes music. 12. Jean sells some apples. 13. Carol paints the car. 14. Bill and I fix the bikes. 15. Ann and Ed call the kids. 16. The kids like the candy. 17. The girls have a choice. 18. The boys need some help. Pause the CD. Practice the patterns 5 more times on your own using your rubber band. Statement intonation with pronouns. When you replace the nouns with pronouns, old information, stress the verb. They eat them. As we have seen, nouns are new information, pronouns are old information. In a nutshell, these are the 2 basic intonation patterns. Dogs eat bones. They eat them. Exercise 1-3. Noun and pronoun intonation. In the first column, stress the nouns. In the second column, stress the verb. Fill in your own examples at the bottom. 1. Bob sees Betty. He sees her. 2. Betty knows Bob. She knows him. 3. Ann and Ed call the kids. They call 'em. 4. Jan sells some apples. She sells some. 5. Jean sells cars. She sells 'em. 6. Bill and I fix the bikes. We fix 'em. 7. Carl hears Bob and me. He hears us. 8. Dogs eat bones. They eat 'em. 9. The girls have a choice. They have one. 10. The kids like the candy. They like it. 11. The boys need some help. They need something. 12. Ellen should call her sister. She should call someone. 13. The murderer killed the plumber. He killed a man. 14. The tourists went shopping. They bought stuff. Statement versus question intonation. You may have learned at some point that questions have a rising intonation. They do, but usually a question will step upward until the very end, where it takes one quick little downward step. A question rises a little higher than a statement with the same intonation pattern. Here's my car. Where's my car? Emotional or rhetorical question intonation. If you know that your car is parked outside, however, and someone doesn't see it and asks you where it is, you might think that it has been stolen, and your emotion will show in your intonation as you repeat the question. As your feelings rise in an emotional situation, your intonation rises up along with them. Where's my car? Why? Is it gone? Exercise 1-4. Sentence intonation test. Pause the CD and underline or highlight the words that you think should be stressed. Check the answer key beginning on page 193. Exercise 1-5. 4 main reasons for intonation. Depending on the situation, a word may be stressed for any of the following reasons: new information, opinion, contrast, and the word can't. 1. New information. It sounds like rain. Rain is the new information. It's the most important word in that sentence, and you could replace everything else with da-da-da. Da-da-da rain will still let you get your point across. Repeat, da-da-da rain. It sounds like rain. Make rain very musical and put it on 2 notes. Rain. Da-da-da rain. It sounds like rain. 2. Opinion. It sounds like rain, but I don't think it is. In this case, intonation makes the meaning the opposite of what the words say. It looks like a diamond, but I think it's a zircon. It smells like Chanel, but at that price it's a knockoff. It feels like. It tastes like. These examples all give the impression that you mean the opposite of what your senses tell you. Practice the intonation difference between new information and opinion. It sounds like rain. It's rain. It sounds like rain, but it's not. 3. Contrast. He likes rain, but he hates snow. Like and hate are contrasted and are the stronger words in the sentence. 4. Can't. It can't rain when there are no clouds. Contractions, shouldn't, wouldn't, etc., and negatives, no, not, ever, are important words since they totally negate the meaning of a sentence, but they're usually not stressed. Can't is the exception. Exercise 1-6. Pitch and meaning change. Practice saying the 4 sentences after me. Pay close attention to the changes in pitch that you must make to convey the different meanings intended. The words to be stressed are indicated in boldface. 1. It sounds like rain. 2. It sounds like rain. 3. He likes rain, but he hates snow. 4. It can't rain on my parade. He can't do it. Exercise 1-7. Individual practice. Practice saying the sentences after the suggestion and the beep tone. You'll be given only a short time in which to reply so that you won't have the leisure to overthink. Start speaking as soon as you hear the tone because I'll be saying the sentence only a few seconds later. 1. Convey the information that it really does sound as if rain is falling. 2. Convey the opinion that although it has the sound of rain, it may be something else. 3. Convey the different feelings that someone has about rain and snow. 4. Convey the fact that rain is an impossibility right now. Pause the CD. Practice the 4 sentences on your own 10 times. Once you're familiar with moving the stress around and feeling how the meaning changes, turn the CD on to continue with the next exercise. Exercise 1-8. Meaning of pretty. Native speakers make a clear distinction between pretty easily, and pretty easily, a little difficult. Repeat the answers after me, paying close attention to your stress. Question. How do you like the movie? Answer. 1. Was pretty good. She liked it. 2. It was pretty good. She didn't like it much. Exercise 1-8. Meaning of pretty. Native speakers make a clear distinction between pretty easily, and pretty easily, a little difficult. Repeat the answers after me, paying close attention to your stress. Question. How do you like the movie? Answer. 1. Was pretty good. She liked it. 2. It was pretty good. She didn't like it much. Exercise 1-9. Inflection. Notice how the meaning changes while the actual words stay the same. 1. I didn't say he stole the money. Someone else said it. 2. I didn't say he stole the money. That's not true at all. 3. I didn't say he stole the money. I only suggested the possibility. 4. I didn't say he stole the money. I think someone else took it. 5. I didn't say he stole the money. Maybe he just borrowed it. 6. I didn't say he stole the money, but rather some other money. 7. I didn't say he stole the money. He may have taken some jewelry. Exercise 1-10. Individual practice. Now, let's see what you can do with the same sentence just by changing the stress around to different words. I'll tell you which meaning to express. When you hear the tone, say the sentence as quickly as you can, then I'll say the sentence for you. To test your ear, I'm going to repeat the sentences in random order. Try to determine which word I'm stressing. The answers are given in parentheses, but don't look unless you really have to. Here we go. 1. Indicate that he borrowed the money and didn't steal it. I didn't say he stole the money. Maybe he just borrowed it. 2. Indicate that you're denying having said that he stole it. I didn't say he stole the money. That's not true at all. 3. Indicate that you think he stole something besides money. I didn't say he stole the money. He may have taken some jewelry. 4. Indicate that you were not the person to say it. I didn't say he stole the money. Someone else said it. 5. Indicate that you don't think that he was the person who stole it. I didn't say he stole the money. I think someone else took it. 6. Indicate that you didn't say it outright, but did suggest it in some way. I didn't say he stole the money. I only suggested the possibility. 7. Indicate that he may have stolen a different amount of money. I didn't say he stole the money, but rather some other money. Overdo it. Practice these sentences on your own, really exaggerating the word that you think should be stressed. In the beginning, you're going to feel that this is ridiculous. Nobody stresses this hard. Nobody talks like this. People are going to laugh at me. Yet as much as you may stress, you're probably only going to be stressing about half as much as you should. Pause the CD and practice the sentences in random order 10 times. Another reason you must over-exaggerate is because when you get tired, emotional, or relaxed, you'll stop paying attention. When this happens, like a rubber band, you're going to snap back to the way you originally were sounding, 10%. So if you just stretch yourself to the exact position where you ideally want to be, you'll go back almost completely to the old way when you relax. For practice, then, stretch yourself far beyond the normal range of intonation, 150% or so. So when you relax back to a standard American sound, 100%. We all do it. Possibly about this time you're thinking, well, maybe you do this in English, but in my language, I just really don't think we do this. I'd like you to try a little exercise. Exercise 111, Translation. Take the sentence, "I didn't say he stole the money," and translate it into your native language. Write it down below using whatever letters or characters you use in your language. Now that you've written your sentence down, try shifting the stress around in your own language by going through the stress patterns 1 through 7 in Exercise 1-9. Don't try to put on a particularly American or other accent. Just concentrate on stressing a different word in the sentence each time you say it. For example, if your language is German, ich habe nicht gesagt, dass das Geld gestohlen hat, you would change the stress to ich habe nicht gesagt, dass das Geld gestohlen hat, or ich habe nicht gesagt, dass das Geld gestohlen hat. If you translated it into French, you would say je n'ai pas dit qu'il a volé l'argent, or je n'ai pas dit qu'il a volé l'argent. In Japanese, many people think there are no intonation changes, but if you hear someone say wakanai, you'll realize that it has similarities to every other language. Watashi wa kare ga okane o nusunda to wa imasen deshita. Or perhaps, watashi wa kare ga okane o nusunda to wa imasen deshita. No matter how strange it may sound to you, stress each different word several times in your language. You may notice that with some words it sounds perfectly normal, but with other words it sounds very strange. Or you may find that in your language, rather than stressing a word, you prefer to change the word order or substitute another word. Whatever you do is fine, as long as you realize where your language patterns are similar to and different from the American English intonation patterns. Then, when you do it again in English, it'll be much easier. Note, an excellent exercise is to practice speaking your native language with an American accent. If you can sound like an American speaking your native language, imagine how easy it would be to speak English with an American accent. Pause the CD and practice shifting the stressed words in your native language. Intonation contrast. Below are 2 sentences. The first is stressed on the most common everyday word, book. 9 times out of 10, people will stress the sentence in this way. The second sentence has a less common but perfectly acceptable intonation since we're making a distinction between 2 possible locations. Normal intonation. Where's the book? It's on the table. Changed intonation. Is the book on the table or under it? It's on the table. Pause the CD and repeat the sentences. Exercise 112. Create your own intonation contrast. Write a short sentence and indicate where you think the most normal intonation would be placed. Then, change the meaning of the sentence slightly and change the intonation accordingly. Exercise 113. Variable stress. Notice how the meaning of the following sentence changes each time we change the stress pattern. You should be starting to feel in control of your sentences now. 1. What would you like? This is the most common version of the sentence, and it's just a simple request for information. 2. What would you like? This is to single out an individual from a group. 3. What would you like? You have been discussing the kinds of things that he might like, and you want to determine his specific desires. Now that you mention it, what would you like? Or, he has rejected several things, and a little exasperated, you ask, if you don't want any of these, what would you like? 4. What would you like? You didn't hear, and you'd like the speaker to repeat herself. Or, you can't believe what you just heard. I'd like strawberry jam on my asparagus. What would you like? Turn off the CD and repeat the 4 sentences. Exercise 114. Make a variable stress sentence. Now you decide which words should be emphasized. Write a normal everyday sentence with at least 7 words and put it through as many changes as possible. Try to make a pitch change for each word in the sentence and think about how it changes the meaning of the entire sentence. Application of intonation. There is always at least one stressed word in a sentence, and frequently you can have quite a few if you're introducing a lot of new information or if you want to contrast several things. Look at the exercise in Exercise 115. Take a pencil and mark every word that you think should be stressed or sound stronger than the words around it. I'd like you to make just an accent mark to indicate a word you think should sound stronger than the others around it. Reminder: the 3 ways to change your voice for intonation are 1. Volume, speak louder, 2. Length, stretch out a word, and 3. Pitch, change your tone. Pause the CD and work on the paragraph below. Exercise 115. Application of stress. Mark every word or syllable with an accent mark where you think that the sound is stressed. Use the first sentence as your example. Check the answer key beginning on page 193. Pause the CD. Listen and remark the stressed words with your marker. After you've put in the accent marks where you think they belong, take one of the colored translucent markers and as I read very slowly, mark the words that I stress. I'm going to exaggerate the words far more than you'd normally hear in a normal reading of the paragraph. You can mark either the whole word or just the strong syllable, whichever you prefer, so that you have a bright spot of color for where the stress should fall. Note: write a normal everyday sentence with at least 7 words and put it through as many changes as possible. Try to make a pitch change for each word in the sentence and think about how it changes the meaning of the entire sentence. Application of intonation. There is always at least one stressed word in a sentence, and frequently you can have quite a few if you're introducing a lot of new information or if you want to contrast several things. Look at the exercise in Exercise 115. Take a pencil and mark every word that you think should be stressed or sound stronger than the words around it. I'd like you to make just an accent mark to indicate a word you think should sound stronger than the others around it. Reminder: the 3 ways to change your voice for intonation are 1. Volume, speak louder, 2. Length, stretch out a word, and 3. Pitch, change your tone. Pause the CD and work on the paragraph below. Exercise 115. Application of stress. Mark every word or syllable with an accent mark where you think that the sound is stressed. Use the first sentence as your example. Check the answer key beginning on page 193. Pause the CD. Listen and remark the stressed words with your marker. After you've put in the accent marks where you think they belong, take one of the colored translucent markers and as I read very slowly, mark the words that I stress. I'm going to exaggerate the words far more than you'd normally hear in a normal reading of the paragraph. You can mark either the whole word or just the strong syllable, whichever you prefer, so that you have a bright spot of color for where the stress should fall. Note: if you do the exercise only in pencil, your eye and mind will tend to skip over the accent marks. The spots of color, however, will register as different and thereby encourage your pitch change. This may strike you as unusual, but trust me, it works. Hello, my name is Anne. I'm taking American accent training. There's a lot to learn, but I hope to make it as enjoyable as possible. I should pick up on the American intonation pattern pretty easily, although the only way to get it is to practice all the time. I use the up and down or peaks and valleys intonation more than I used to. I've been paying attention to pitch, too. It's like walking down a staircase. I've been talking to a lot of Americans lately, and they tell me that I'm easier to understand. Anyway, I could go on and on, But the important thing is to listen well and sound good. Well, what do you think? Do I? Pause the CD and practice reading the paragraph out loud 3 times on your own. How you talk indicates to people how you are. Beware of revealing a personality that you don't have. There is no absolute right or wrong in regard to intonation because a case can be made for stressing just about any word or syllable, but you actually reveal a lot about yourself by the elements you choose to emphasize. For example, if you say, hello, this intonation would indicate doubt. This is why you say, hello, when answering the phone because you don't know who's on the other end, or when you go into a house and you don't know who's there because you don't see anyone. But if you're giving a speech or making a presentation and you stand up in front of a crowd and say, hello, the people would probably laugh because it sounds so uncertain. This is where you'd confidently want to say, hello, my name is so-and-so. A second example is, my name is, as opposed to, my name is. If you stress name, it sounds as if you're going to continue with more personal information. My name is so-and-so, my address is such and such, my blood type is O. Since it may not be your intention to give all that information, stay with the standard, hello, my name is so-and-so. If you stress I every time, it will seem that you have a very high opinion of yourself. Try it. I'm taking American accent training. I've been paying attention to pitch, too. I think I'm quite wonderful. An earnest, hard-working person might emphasize words this way. I'm taking American accent training. Can I learn this stuff? I hope to make it as enjoyable as possible. I'll force myself to enjoy it if I have to. Although the only way to get it is to practice all the time, 24 hours a day. A doubting Thomas would show up with, I should pick up on, but I might not, the American intonation pattern pretty easily, but it looks pretty hard too. I've been talking to a lot of Americans lately, and they tell me that I'm easier to understand, but I think they're just being polite. Exercise 116, Paragraph Intonation Practice. From your color-marked copy, read each sentence of the paragraph in Exercise 115 after me. Use your rubber band, give a clear pitch change to the highlighted words, and think about the meaning that the pitch is conveying. Back up the CD and practice this paragraph 3 times. Then pause the CD and practice 3 times on your own. Exercise 117, Staircase Intonation Practice. Draw one step of the staircase for each word of the paragraph. Start a new staircase for every stressed word. There usually is more than one staircase in a sentence. New sentences don't have to start new staircases. They can continue from the previous sentence until you come to a stressed word. I'll read the beginning sentences. Check the first sentence against the example. Then put the words of the second sentence on a staircase based on the way I read it. Remember, I'm exaggerating to make a point. Hello. My name is Anne. I'm taking American accent training. There's a lot to learn, but I hope to make it as enjoyable as possible. I should pick up on the American intonation pattern pretty easily, although the only way to get it is to practice all of the time. I use the up and down, or peaks and valleys intonation more than I used to. I've been paying attention to pitch, too. It's like walking down a staircase. I've been talking to a lot of Americans lately, and they tell me that I'm easier to understand. Anyway, I could go on, but the important thing is to listen well and sound good. Well, what do you think? Do I? Write out the rest of the staircases. Turn the CD back on to check your staircases with the way I read the paragraph. Pause the CD again to check your staircases in the answer key beginning on page 193. Back up the CD and listen and repeat my reading of the paragraph while following the staircases in the answer key. Exercise 118. Reading with staircase intonation. Read the following with clear intonation where marked. Hello. My name is Anne. I'm taking American accent training. There's a lot to learn, but I hope to make it as enjoyable as possible. I should pick up on the American intonation pattern pretty easily, although the only way to get it is to practice all the time. I use the up and down, or peaks and valleys, intonation more than I used to. I've been paying attention to pitch, too. It's like walking down a staircase. I've been talking to a lot of Americans lately, and they tell me that I'm easier to understand. Anyway, I could go on, but the important thing is to listen well and sound good. Well, what do you think? Do I? Exercise 119, Spelling and Numbers. Just as there is stress in words or phrases, there is intonation in spelling and numbers. Americans seem to spell things out much more than other people. In any bureaucratic situation, you'll be asked to spell names and give all kinds of numbers, your phone number, your birth date, and so on. There's a distinct stress and rhythm pattern to both spelling and numbers, usually in groups of 3 or 4 letters or numbers, with the stress falling on the last member of the group. Acronyms, phrases that are represented by the first letter of each word, and initials are usually stressed on the last letter. Just listen to the words as I say them, then repeat the spelling after me. IBM, MIT, PhD, MBA, LA, IQ, RSVP, TV, USA, ASAP, CIA, FBI, USMC, COD, SOS, XYZ, Box, BOX, Cook, COOK, Wilson, WILSON, Area code 213, zip code 94708, date 9662, phone number 555-9132. Exercise 120, Sound Meaning Shifts. Intonation is powerful. It can change meaning and pronunciation. Here, you'll get a chance to play with the sounds. Remember, in the beginning, the meaning isn't that important. Just work on getting control of your pitch changes. Use your rubber band for each stressed word. My tie, my tie, might I? My keys, my keys, my keys. In key, in key, inky. My tea, mighty, my D. I have two, I have two, I have to. How many kids do you have? I have 2. I've been to Europe. I have 2. Why do you work so hard? I have to. Exercise 121, Squeezed Out Syllables. Intonation can also completely get rid of certain entire syllables. Some longer words that are stressed on the first syllable squeeze weak syllables right out. Cover up the regular columns and read the words between the brackets. Actually, average, aspirin, broccoli, business, camera, chocolate, comfortable, corporal, desperate, diamond, diaper, different, emerald, vegetable, beverage, bakery, Catholic, nursery, onion, every, family, finally, general, groceries, interest, jewelry, mathematics, memory, orange, probably, restaurant, separate, several, liberal, conference, coverage, history, accidentally, basically. Syllable stress. Syllable count intonation patterns. In spoken English, if you stress the wrong syllable, you can totally lose the meaning of a word. Machine is hardly recognizable as machine. At this point, we won't be concerned with why we're stressing a particular syllable. That understanding will come later. Exercise 122. Syllable patterns. In order to practice accurate pitch change, repeat the following column. Each syllable will count as one musical note. Remember that words that end in a vowel or voiced consonant will be longer than ones ending in an unvoiced consonant. La, cat, jump, box, la, dog, see, plan, la la, a dog, a cat, destroy, a pen, pretend, your job, pea soup, la la, hot dog, icy, suitcase, project, sunset, get one, do it, la la la, Bob's hot dog, Bob won't know, Sam's the boss, Susie's nice, Bill went home, cats don't care, stocks can fall, school is fun, la 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 la, a hot dog, I don't know, he's the boss, we cleaned up, in the bag, for a while, I went home, we don't care, it's in March, la la la, a hot dog, I don't know, Jim killed it, tomorrow, a fruit cake, the engine, a wine glass, potato, whatever, la la la, hot dog stand, I don't know, analyze, article, dinner time, digital, analog, cell structure, la 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 la, Spot's a hot dog, Jim killed a snake, Joe doesn't know, Nate bought a book, Al brought some ice, la 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 la, it's a hot dog, he killed a snake, he doesn't know, we came back in, he bought a book, la 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 la, Bob likes hot dogs, Ann eats pancakes, cats eat fish bones, bears are fuzzy, planets rotate, la 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 la, it's my hot dog, imitation, analytic, we like science, my to-do list, la 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 la, a hot dog stand, Jim killed a man, analysis, invisible, a platypus, la 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 la, permanently, demonstrated, category, office supplies, educator. Exercise 123, Syllable Count Test. Put the following words into the proper category based on the syllable count intonation. Write the pattern number in the space provided. Check answer key beginning on page 193. Complex intonation. Word count intonation patterns. This is the beginning of an extremely important part of spoken American English. The rhythms and intonation patterns of the long streams of nouns and adjectives that are so commonly used. These exercises will tie in the intonation patterns of adjectives, nouns, and adverbs. One way of approaching sentence intonation is not to build each sentence from scratch. Instead, use patterns, with each pattern similar to a mathematical formula. Instead of plugging in numbers, however, plug in words. In exercise 1-2, we looked at simple noun-verb-noun patterns, and in exercise 122 and 123, the syllable count intonation patterns were covered and tested. In exercises 124 to 137, we'll examine intonation patterns in two-word phrases. It's important to note that there's a major difference between syllable stress and compound noun stress patterns. In the syllable count exercises, each syllable was represented by a single musical note. In the noun phrases, each individual word will be represented by a single musical note, no matter how many total syllables there may be. At times, what appears to be a single syllable word will have a longer sound to it. Seed takes longer to say than seat, for example. This was introduced on page 3, where you learned that a final voice consonant causes the previous vowel to double. Exercise 124, Single Word Phrases. Repeat the following noun and adjective sentences. 1. It's a nail. It's short. 2. It's a cake. It's chocolate. 3. It's a tub. It's hot. 4. It's a drive. It's hard. 5. It's a door. It's in back. 6. It's a card. There are 4. 7. It's a spot. It's small. 8. It's a book. It's good. Write your own noun and adjective sentences below. You'll be using these examples throughout this series of exercises. Two-word phrases. Descriptive phrases. Nouns are heavier than adjectives. They carry the weight of the new information. An adjective and a noun combination is called a descriptive phrase, and in the absence of contrast or other secondary changes, the stress will always fall naturally on the noun. In the absence of a noun, you'll stress the adjective, but as soon as a noun appears on the scene, it takes immediate precedence and should be stressed. Exercise 125. Sentence stress with descriptive phrases. Repeat the following phrases. 1. It's short. It's a short nail. 2. It's chocolate. It's a chocolate cake. 3. It's good. It's a good plan. 4. It's guarded. It's a guarded gate. 5. It's wide. It's a wide river. 6. There are 4. There are 4 cards. 7. It was small. It was a small spot. 8. It's the best. It's the best book. Pause the CD and write your own adjective and noun-adjective sentences. Use the same words from exercise 124. Exercise 126. Two types of descriptive phrases. Repeat. 1. It's a short nail. It's really short. 2. It's a chocolate cake. It's dark chocolate. 3. It's a hot bath. It's too hot. 4. It's a hard drive. It's extremely hard. 5. It's the back door. It's far back. 6. There are 4 cards. There are only 4. 7. It's a small spot. It's laughably small. 8. It's a good book. It's amazingly good. Pause the CD and write your own adjective, noun, and adverb-adjective sentences, carrying over from Exercise 125. Exercise 127. Descriptive phrase story. The Ugly Duckling. The following well-known story has been rewritten to contain only descriptions. Stress the second word of each phrase. Repeat after me. There's a mother duck. She lays 3 eggs. Soon there are 3 baby birds. 2 of the birds are very beautiful. One of them is quite ugly. The beautiful ducklings make fun of their ugly brother. The poor thing is very unhappy. As the 3 birds grow older, the ugly duckling begins to change. His gray feathers turn snowy white. His gangly neck becomes beautifully smooth. In early spring, the ugly duckling is swimming in a small pond in the backyard of the old farm. He sees his shimmering reflection in the clear water. What a great surprise! He's no longer an ugly duckling. He has grown into a lovely swan. Set phrases. A cultural indoctrination to American norms. Exercise 128. Sentence stress with set phrases. Repeat the following sentences. 1. It's a finger. It's a nail. It's a fingernail. 2. It's a pan. It's a cake. It's a pancake. 3. It's a tub. It's hot. It's a hot tub. 4. It's a drive. It's hard. It's a hard drive. 5. It's a bone. It's in back. It's the backbone. 6. It's a card. It's a trick. It's a card trick. 7. It's a spot. It's a light. It's a spotlight. 8. It's a book. It's a phone. It's a phone book. Pause the CD and write your own noun and set phrase sentences, carrying over the same nouns you used in Exercise 125. Remember, when you use a noun, include the article. When you use an adjective, you don't need an article. Exercise 129. Making set phrases. Pause the CD and add a noun to each word as indicated by the picture. Check answer key beginning on page 193. Exercise 130. Set phrase story. The Little Match Girl. The following story contains only set phrases as opposed to the descriptive story in Exercise 127. Stress the first word of each phrase. The little match girl was out in a snowstorm. Her feet were like ice cubes, and her fingertips had frostbite. She hadn't sold any matches since daybreak, and she had a stomach ache from the hunger pangs, but her stepmother would beat her with a broomstick if she came home with an empty coin purse. Looking into the bright living rooms, she saw Christmas trees and warm fireplaces. Out on the snowbank, she lit a match and saw the image of a grand dinner table of food before her. As the matchstick burned, the illusion slowly faded. She lit another one and saw a room full of happy family members. On the last match, her grandmother came down and carried her home. In the morning, the passers-by saw the little match girl. She had frozen during the night-time, but she had a smile on her face. Contrasting a description and a set phrase. We now have two main intonation patterns, first word stress and second word stress. In the following exercise, we'll contrast the two. Exercise 131, contrasting descriptive and set phrases. Repeat after me. 1. It's a short nail. It's a fingernail. 2. It's a chocolate cake. It's a pancake. 3. It's a hot bath. It's a hot tub. 4. It's a long drive. It's a hard drive. 5. It's the back door. It's the backbone. 6. There are 4 cards. It's a card trick. 7. It's a small spot. It's a spotlight. 8. It's a good book. It's a phone book. Pause the CD and rewrite your descriptive phrases, Exercise 125, and set phrases, Exercise 128. Exercise 132, two-word stress. Repeat the following pairs. A light bulb. A light bulb. Blue pants. Blue jeans. A cold fish. A goldfish. A gray hound. A greyhound. An old key. An inn key. A white house. The White House. A nice watch. A wristwatch. A sticky web. A spider web. A clean cup. A coffee cup. A sharp knife. A steak knife. A baby alligator. A baby bottle. A shiny tack. Thumbtacks. A wire brush. A hairbrush. A new ball. A football. A toy gun. A machine gun. A silk bow. A band-aid. A bright star. A firecracker. Mary Jones. A mailbox. Bob Smith. A spray can. Foreign affairs. A wine glass. Down payment. A footprint. New York. A strawberry. Social Security. A fig leaf. City Hall. An ice cream. Nationalities. When you're in a foreign country, the subject of nationalities naturally comes up a lot. It'd be nice if there were a simple rule that said all the words using nationalities are stressed on the first word. There isn't, of course. Take this preliminary quiz to see if you need to do this exercise. For simplicity's sake, we'll stick with one nationality, American. Exercise 133, Nationality Intonation Quiz. Pause the CD and stress one word in each of the following examples. Turn the CD back on and repeat after me. 1. An American guy. 2. An American restaurant. 3. American food. 4. An American teacher. 5. An English teacher. Exercise 134. Contrasting descriptive and set phrases. Repeat the following pairs. An English teacher teaches English. An English teacher is from England. An English book teaches the English language. An English book is on any subject, but it came from England. An English test tests a student on the English language. An English test is on any subject, but it deals with or came from England. English food is kippers for breakfast. An English restaurant serves kippers for breakfast. Intonation can indicate completely different meanings for otherwise similar words or phrases. For example, an English teacher teaches English, but an English teacher is from England. French class is where you study French, but French class is Gallic style and sophistication. An orange tree grows oranges, but an orange tree is any kind of tree that's been painted orange. To have your intonation tested, call 800-457-4255. Exercise 135. Contrast of compound nouns. In the following list of words, underline the element that should be stressed. Pause the CD. Afterwards, check the answer key beginning on page 193. Repeat after me. 1. The White House. 2. A white house. 3. A dark room. 4. A dark room. 5. Fifth Avenue. 6. Main Street. 7. A main street. 8. A hot dog. 9. A hot dog. 10. A baby blanket. 11. A baby's blanket. 12. A baby bird. 13. A blackbird. 14. A black bird. 15. A greenhouse. 16. A greenhouse. 17. A green thumb. 18. A parking ticket. 19. A one-way ticket. 20. An unpaid ticket. 21. Convenience store. 22. Convenience store. 23. To pick up. 24. A pickup truck. 25. 6 years old. 26. A 6-year-old. 27. 6 and a half. 28. A sugar bowl. 29. A wooden bowl. 30. A large bowl. 31. A mixing bowl. 32. A top hat. 33. A nice hat. 34. A straw hat. 35. A chairperson. 36. PhD. 37. IBM. 38. MIT. 39. USA. 40. ASAP. 41. A doorknob. 42. A glass door. 43. A locked door. 44. Ice cream. 45. Ice cream. 46. Elementary. 47. A lemon tree. 48. Watergate. 49. The back gate. 50. The final year. 51. A yearbook. 52. United States. 53. New York. 54. Long Beach. 55. Central Park. 56. A raw deal. 57. A deal breaker. 58. The bottom line. 59. A bottom feeder. 60. A new low. Exercise 136. Description and set phrase test. Let's check and see if the concepts are clear. Pause the CD and underline or highlight the stressed word. Check the answer key beginning on page 113. Repeat after me. 1. He's a nice guy. 2. He's an American guy from San Francisco. 3. The cheerleader needs a rubber band to hold her ponytail. 4. The executive assistant needs a paperclip for the final report. 5. The law student took an English test in a foreign country. 6. The policeman saw a red car on the freeway in Los Angeles. 7. My old dog has long ears and a flea problem. 8. The new teacher broke his coffee cup on the first day. 9. His best friend has a broken cup in his other office. 10. Let's play football on the weekend in New York. 11. Jingle Bells is a nice song. 12. Where are my new shoes? 13. Where are my tennis shoes? 14. I have a headache from the heat wave in South Carolina. 15. The newlyweds took a long walk in Long Beach. 16. The little dog was sitting on the sidewalk. 17. The famous athlete changed clothes in the locker room. 18. The art exhibit was held in an empty room. 19. There was a class reunion at the high school. 20. The headlines indicated a new policy. 21. We got online and went to AmericanAccent.com. 22. The stock options were listed in the company directory. 23. All the second graders were out on the playground. Exercise 137. Descriptions and set phrases. Goldilocks. Read the story and stress the indicated words. Notice if they're a description, a set phrase, or contrast. For the next level of this topic, go to page 111. Repeat after me. There's a little girl. Her name is Goldilocks. She's in a sunny forest. She sees a small house. She knocks on the door, but no one answers. She goes inside. In the large room, there are 3 chairs. Goldilocks sits on the biggest chair, but it's too high. She sits on the middle-sized one, but it's too low. She sits on the small chair, and it's just right. On the table, there are 3 bowls. There's hot porridge in the bowls. She tries the first one, but it's too hot. The second one is too cold. And the third one is just right. So she eats it all. After that, she goes upstairs. She looks around. There are 3 beds. So she sits down. The biggest bed is too hard. The middle-sized bed is too soft. The little one is just right, so she lies down. Soon she falls asleep. In the meantime, the family of 3 bears comes home. The papa bear, the mama bear, and the baby bear. They look around. They say, "Who's been sitting in our chairs and eating our porridge?" Then they run upstairs. They say, "Who's been sleeping in our beds?" Goldilocks wakes up. She's very scared. She runs away. Goldilocks never comes back. Grammar in a nutshell. Everything you ever wanted to know about grammar, but were afraid to use. English is a chronological language. We just love to know when something happened, and this is indicated by the range and depth of our verb tenses. I had already seen it by the time she brought it in. As you probably learned in your grammar studies, the past perfect is an action in the past that occurred before a separate action in the past. Phew, not all languages do this. For example, Japanese is fairly casual about when things happened, but being a hierarchical language, it's very important to know what relationship the two people involved had. A high-level person with a low-level one, two peers, a man and a woman, all these things show up in Japanese grammar. Grammatically speaking, English is democratic. The confusing part is that in English the verb tenses are very important, but instead of putting them up on the peaks of a sentence, we throw them all deep down in the valleys. Therefore, two sentences with strong intonation, such as dogs eat bones and the dogs will have eaten the bones, sound amazingly similar. Why? Because it takes the same amount of time to say both sentences since they have the same number of stresses. The three original words and the rhythm stay the same in these sentences, but the meaning changes as you add more stressed words. Articles and verb tense changes are usually not stressed. Now, let's see how this works in the exercises that follow. Exercise 138. Consistent noun stress and changing verb tenses. This is a condensed exercise for you to practice simple intonation with a wide range of verb tenses. When you do the exercise the first time, go through stressing only the nouns, dogs eat bones. Practice this until you're quite comfortable with the intonation. The pronunciation and word connections are on the right, and the full verb tenses are on the far left. 1. The dogs eat the bones. 2. The dogs ate the bones. 3. The dogs are eating the bones. 4. The dogs will eat the bones. 5. The dogs that eat the bones. 6. The dogs that have eaten the bones. 7. The dogs that have eaten the bones. 8. The dogs have eaten the bones. 9. The dogs had eaten the bones. 10. The dogs will have eaten the bones. 11. The dogs ought to eat the bones. 12. The dogs should eat the bones. 13. The dogs shouldn't eat the bones. 14. The dogs should have eaten the bones. 15. The dogs shouldn't have eaten the bones. 16. The dogs could eat the bones. 17. The dogs couldn't eat the bones. 18. The dogs could have eaten the bones. 19. The dogs couldn't have eaten the bones. 20. The dogs might eat the bones. 21. The dogs might have eaten the bones. 22. The dogs must eat the bones. 23. The dogs must have eaten the bones. 24. The dogs can eat the bones. 25. The dogs can't eat the bones. Exercise 139. Consistent pronoun stress and changing verb tenses. This is the same as the previous exercise, except you now stress the verbs. They eat 'em. Practice this until you're quite comfortable with the intonation. Notice that in fluent speech, the th of them is frequently dropped, as is the h in other object pronouns, him, her. The pronunciation and word connections are on the right, and the tense name is on the far left. 1. They eat 'em. 2. They ate 'em. 3. They're eating 'em. 4. They'll eat 'em. 5. They'd eat 'em. 6. They'd have eaten 'em. 7. The ones that have eaten 'em. 8. They've eaten 'em. 9. They'd eaten 'em. 10. They'll have eaten 'em. 11. They ought to eat 'em. 12. They should eat 'em. 13. They shouldn't eat 'em. 14. They should have eaten 'em. 15. They shouldn't have eaten 'em. 16. They could eat 'em. 17. They couldn't eat 'em. 18. They could have eaten 'em. 19. They couldn't have eaten 'em. 20. They might eat 'em. 21. They might have eaten 'em. 22. They must eat 'em. 23. They must have eaten 'em. 24. They can eat 'em. 25. They can't eat 'em. Exercise 140. Intonation in your own sentence. On the first of the numbered lines below, write a 3-word sentence that you frequently use, such as computers organize information or lawyers sign contracts, and put it through the 25 changes. This exercise will take you quite a bit of time, and it'll force you to rethink your perceptions of word sounds as related to spelling. It helps to use a plural noun that ends in a Z sound, boys, dogs, rather than S sound, hats, books. Also, your sentence will flow better if your verb begins with a vowel sound, earns, owes, offers. When you've finished filling in all the upper lines of this exercise with your new sentence, use the guidelines from exercise 138 for the phonetic transcription. Remember, don't rely on spelling. Turn off the CD. Exercise 141. Supporting words. For this next part of the intonation of grammatical elements, each sentence has a few extra words to help you get the meaning. Keep the same strong intonation that you used before, and add the new stress where you see the boldface. Use your rubber band. 1. The dogs eat the bones every day. 2. The dogs ate the bones last week. 3. The dogs are eating the bones right now. 4. The dogs will eat the bones if they're here. 5. The dogs would eat the bones if they were here. 6. The dogs would have eaten the bones if they'd been here. 7. The dogs that have eaten the bones are sick. 8. The dogs have eaten the bones every day. 9. The dogs had eaten the bones by the time we got there. 10. The dogs will have eaten the bones by the time we get there. Exercise 142. Contrast practice. Now, let's work with contrast. For example, the dogs that eat the bones and the dogs that eat the bones are so close in sound, yet so far apart in meaning, that you need to make a special point of recognizing the difference by listening for content. Repeat each group of sentences using sound and intonation for contrast. 5. The dogs that eat the bones. 9. The dogs that eaten the bones. 6. The dogs that have eaten the bones. 7. The dogs that have eaten the bones. 4. The dogs will eat the bones. 5. The dogs that eat the bones. 6. The dogs that have eaten the bones. 8. The dogs have eaten the bones. 9. The dogs had eaten the bones. 10. The dogs will have eaten the bones. 5. The dogs that eat the bones. 11. The dogs ought to eat the bones. 24. The dogs can eat the bones. 25. The dogs can't eat the bones. Exercise 143. Yes, you can, or no, you can't. Next, you use a combination of intonation and pronunciation to make the difference between can and can't. Reduce the positive can to kun and stress the verb. Make the negative can't sound very short and stress both can't and the verb. This will contrast with the positive emphasized can, which is doubled, and the verb is not stressed. If you have trouble with can't before a word that starts with a vowel, such as open, put in a very small d. The keys can't open the locks. Repeat. I can do it. I can't do it. I can do it. I can't do it. Exercise 144. Building an intonation sentence. Repeat after me the sentences listed in the following groups. 1. I bought a sandwich. 2. I said I bought a sandwich. 3. I said I think I bought a sandwich. 4. I said I really think I bought a sandwich. 5. I said I really think I bought a chicken sandwich. 6. I said, I really think I bought a chicken salad sandwich. 7. I said, I really think I bought a half a chicken salad sandwich. 8. I said, I really think I bought a half a chicken salad sandwich this afternoon. 9. I actually said, I really think I bought a half a chicken salad sandwich this afternoon. 10. I actually said, I really think I bought another half a chicken salad sandwich this afternoon. 11. Can you believe I actually said, I really think I bought another half a chicken salad sandwich this afternoon? 1. I did it. 2. I did it again. 3. I already did it again. 4. I think I already did it again. 5. I said I think I already did it again. 6. I said I think I already did it again yesterday. 7. I said I think I already did it again the day before yesterday. 1. I want a ball. 2. I want a large ball. 3. I want a large red ball. 4. I want a large red bouncy ball. 5. I want a large red bouncy rubber ball. 6. I want a large red bouncy rubber basketball. 1. I want a raise. 2. I want a big raise. 3. I want a big impressive raise. 4. I want a big impressive annual raise. 5. I want a big impressive annual cost of living raise. Exercise 145. Building your own intonation sentences. Build your own sentence using everyday words and phrases such as think, hope, nice, really, actually, even, this afternoon, big, small, pretty, and so on. Exercise 146. Regular transition of nouns and verbs. In the list below, change the stress from the first syllable for nouns to the second syllable for verbs. This is a regular, consistent change. Intonation is so powerful that you'll notice that when the stress changes, the pronunciation of the vowels do too. Repeat. An accent. To accent. A concert. To concert. A conflict. To conflict. A contest. To contest. A contract. To contract. A contrast. To contrast. A convert. To convert. A convict. To convict. A default. To default. A desert. To desert. A discharge. To discharge. An envelope. To envelop. An incline. To incline. An influence. To influence. An insert. To insert. An insult. To insult. An object. To object. Perfect. To perfect. A permit. To permit. A present. To present. Produce. To produce. Progress. To progress. A project. To project. A pronoun. To pronounce. A protest. To protest. A rebel. To rebel. A recall. To recall. A record. To record. A reject. To reject. Research. To research. A subject. To subject. A survey. To survey. A suspect. To suspect. Exercise 147. Regular transitions of adjectives and verbs. A different change occurs when you go from an adjective or a noun to a verb. The stress stays in the same place, but the MAT in an adjective is completely reduced to mt, whereas in a verb it's a full A sound, mate. Repeat. Advocate. To advocate. Animate. to animate, alternate, to alternate, appropriate, to appropriate, approximate, to approximate, articulate, to articulate, associate, to associate, deliberate, to deliberate, discriminate, to discriminate, duplicate, to duplicate, elaborate, to elaborate, an estimate, to estimate, graduate, to graduate, intimate, to intimate, moderate, to moderate, predicate, to predicate, separate, to separate. Exercise 148, regular transition of adjectives and verbs. Mark the intonation or indicate the long vowel on the italicized word, depending which part of speech it is. Pause the CD and mark the proper syllable. See answer key beginning on page 193. Repeat. 1. You need to insert a paragraph here on this newspaper insert. 2. How can you object to this object? 3. I'd like to present you with this present. 4. Would you care to elaborate on his elaborate explanation? 5. The manufacturer couldn't recall if there'd been a recall. 6. The religious convert wanted to convert the world. 7. The political rebels wanted to rebel against the world. 8. The mogul wanted to record a new record for his latest artist. 9. If you perfect your intonation, your accent will be perfect. 10. Due to the drought, the fields didn't produce much produce this year. 11. Unfortunately, City Hall wouldn't permit them to get a permit. 12. Have you heard that your associate is known to associate with gangsters? 13. How much do you estimate that the estimate will be? 14. The facilitator wanted to separate the general topic into separate categories. The miracle technique. Regaining long-lost listening skills. The trouble with starting accent training after you know a great deal of English is that you know a great deal about English. You have a lot of preconceptions and, unfortunately, misconceptions about the sound of English. A child can learn any language. Every sound of every language is within every child. So what happens with adults? People learn their native language and stop listening for the sounds that they never hear, and then they lose the ability to hear those sounds. Later, when you study a foreign language, you learn a lot of spelling rules that take you still further away from the real sound of that language, in this case English. What we're going to do here is teach you to hear again. So many times you've heard what a native speaker said, translated it into your own accent, and repeated it with your accent. Why? Because you knew how to say it. Exercise 149. Tell me what I say. The first thing you're going to do is write down exactly what I say. It'll be nonsense to you for two reasons. First, because I'll be saying sound units, not word units. Second, because I'll be starting at the end of the sentence instead of the beginning. Listen carefully and write down exactly what you hear, regardless of meaning. The first sound is given to you. Chur. Chur. Nay. Von. Prue. Whim. To. Temp. Man. Diz. Are. Once you've written it down, check with the version below. Read it aloud to yourself and try to hear what the regular English is. Don't look ahead until you've figured out the sense of it. Art is man's attempt to improve on nature. Frequently, people will mistakenly hear are these instead of art is. Not only are the two pronunciations different, but the intonation and meaning would also be different. Art is man's attempt to improve on nature. Are these man's attempts to improve on nature? Exercise 150. Listening for pure sounds. Again, listen carefully and write the sounds you hear. The answers are below. Sunt, ruh, fo, zno, ha, dur, laugh. The second one, za, ni, duh, quell, whir. Third, gen, na, lur, ta, chiz, tea, ta. Here are the answers. 1. Laughter has no foreign accent. 2. Work well done is art. 3. To teach is to learn again. Exercise 151. Extended listening practice. Let's do a few more pure sound exercises to fine-tune your ear. Remember, start at the end and fill in the blanks right to left, then read them back left to right. Write whichever symbols are easiest for you to read back. There are clues around for you, and all the answers are in the answer key beginning on page 1B. 1. Bull, sa, pa, doll, fa, date, duh, vi, ha, ta, like, I. 2. Dird, core, ba, dits, fray, ma, I. 3. Gen, da, vi, ver, woe, go, let's. 4. Rower, there, na, ruh, fur, doff, di, puh, duh, try. 5. Der, ray, per, ra, there, ya, with the, ver, do, ki, ta. 6. Dud, day, nup, bi, vol, tsa, cown, ya, thee. 7. Blum, pra, the, bout, sa, fac, ma, da, sen. 8. Dit, bow, ka, thing, vun, knee, do. 9. Yit, hey, low, pi, ho, we. 10. Take, miss, ka, may, few, di, spa, the, wan, chew, p, lee, r, hill. Here are the answers. 1. I'd like to have it at 8 if at all possible. 2. I'm afraid it's back-ordered. 3. Let's go over it again. 4. Try to put it off for another hour. 5. Talk it over with the other operator. 6. The accounts have all been updated. 7. Send him a fax about the problem. 8. Don't even think about it. 9. We hope he'll okay it. 10. He'll really put you on the spot if you make a mistake. Reduce sounds. The downside of intonation. Reduced sounds are all those extra sounds created by an absence of lip, tongue, jaw, and throat movement. They're a principal function of intonation and are truly indicative of the American sound. Exercise 152. Reducing articles. The man, a girl. The apple, an orange. The best, a banana. The egg, an opening. The last one, a computer. The easy way, an interview. Exercise 153. Read aloud from the right-hand column. The intonation is marked for you. 2. Today, tonight, tomorrow, to work, to school, to the store. We have to go now. He went to work. They hope to find it. I can't wait to find out. We don't know what to do. Don't jump to conclusions. To be or not to be. He didn't get to go. He told me to help. She told you to get it. I go to work. At 1:45. The only way to get it is, you've got to pay to get it. We plan to do it. Let's go to lunch. The score was 4-6. It's the only way to do it, so to speak. I don't know how to say it. Go to page 8. Show me how to get it. You need to know when to do it. Who's to blame? At. We're at home. I'll see you at lunch. Dinner's at 5. Leave him at the door. The meeting's at 1. He's at the post office. They're at the bank. I'm at school. I'll see you at 11. He's at a meeting. She laughed at his idea. One at a time. We got it at an auction. The show started at 8. The dog jumped out at us. I was at a friend's house. It. Can you do it? Give it to me. Buy it tomorrow. It can wait. Read it twice. Forget about it. Give it a try. Let it alone. Take it away. I got it in London. What is it about? Let's try it again. Look, there it is. 4. This is for you. It's for my friend. A table for 4, please. We planned it for later. For example, for instance, what is this for? What'd you do it for? Who'd you get it for? From. It's from the IRS. I'm from Arkansas. There's a letter from Bob. This letter's from Alaska. Who's it from? Where are you from? In. It's in the bag. What's in it? I'll be back in a minute. This movie? Who's in it? Come in. He's in America. N. He's an American. I got an A in English. He got an F in algebra. He had an accident. We want an orange. He didn't have an excuse. I'll be there in an instant. It's an easy mistake to make. And ham and eggs, bread and butter, coffee with cream and sugar? No, lemon and sugar. And some more cookies? They kept going back and forth. We watched it again and again. He did it over and over. We learned by trial and error. Or, soup or salad, now or later, more or less, left or right, for here or to go. Are you going up or down? R. What are you doing? Where are you going? What are you planning on doing? How are you? Those are no good. How are you doing? The kids are still asleep. Your. How's your family? Where are your keys? You're American, aren't you? Tell me when you're ready. Is this your car? You're late again, Bob. Which one is yours? 1. Which one is better? One of 'em is broken. I'll use the other one. I like the red one, Edwin. That's the last one. The next one will be better. Here's one for you. Let 'em go one by one. It's the best. What's the matter? What's the problem? I have to go to the bathroom. Who's the boss around here? Give it to the dog. Put it in the drawer. It's a present. You need a break. Give him a chance. Let's get a new pair of shoes. Can I have a Coke, please? Is that a computer? Where's a public telephone? It's the top of the line. It's a state-of-the-art printer. As a matter of fact, get out of here. Practice all of the time. Today's the 1st of May. What's the name of that movie? That's the best of all. Some of 'em. All of 'em. Most of 'em. None of 'em. Any of 'em. The rest of 'em. Can. Can you speak English? I can only do it on Wednesday. A can opener can open cans. Can I help you? Can you do it? We can try it later. I hope you can sell it. No one can fix it. Let me know if you can find it. Had. Jack had had enough. Bill had forgotten again. What had he done to deserve it? We'd already seen it. He'd never been there. Had you ever had one? Where'd he hidden it? Bob said he'd looked into it. Would. He would have helped if. Would he like one? Do you think he'd do it? Why would I tell her? We'd see it again if. He'd never be there on time. Would you ever have one? Was. He was only trying to help. Mark was American. Where was it? How was it? That was great. Who was with you? She was very clear. When was the War of 1812? What? What time is it? What's up? What's on your agenda? What do you mean? What'd you mean? What'd you do about it? What took so long? What do you think of this? What'd you do then? I don't know what he wants. Some. Some are better than others. There are some leftovers. Let's buy some ice cream. Could we get some other ones? Take some of mine. Would you like some more? Would you like some more? Do you have some ice? Do you have some ice? Exercise 154. Intonation and pronunciation of that. That is a special case because it serves three different grammatical functions. The relative pronoun and the conjunction are reducible. The demonstrative pronoun cannot be reduced to a schwa. It must stay a. Relative pronoun. The car that she ordered is red. Conjunction. He said that he liked it. Demonstrative. Why did you do that? Combination. I know that he'll read that book that I told you about. Exercise 155. Crossing out reduced sounds. Pause the CD and cross out any sound that's not clearly pronounced, including to, for, and, that, then, the soft I, and unstressed syllables that do not have strong vowel sounds. Exercise 156. Reading reduced sounds. Repeat the paragraph after me. Although you're getting rid of the vowel sounds, you want to maintain a strong intonation and let the sounds flow together. For the first reading of this paragraph, it's helpful to keep your teeth clenched together to reduce excess jaw and lip movement. Let's begin. Hello, my name is Anne. I'm taking American accent training. There's a lot to learn, but I hope to make it as enjoyable as possible. I should pick up on the American intonation pattern pretty easily, although the only way to get it is to practice all the time. I use the up and down or peaks and valleys intonation more than I used to. I've been paying attention to pitch, too. It's like walking down a staircase. I've been talking to a lot of Americans lately, and they tell me that I'm easier to understand. Anyway, I could go on, but the important thing is to listen well and sound good. Well, what do you think? Do I? Word groups and phrasing. Pauses for related thoughts, ideas, or for breathing. By now, you've begun developing a strong intonation with clear peaks and reduced valleys, so you're ready for the next step. You may find yourself reading the paragraph in exercise 115 like this. Hello, my name is so-and-so. I'm taking American accent training. There's a lot to learn, but I hope to make it as enjoyable as possible. If so, your audience won't completely comprehend or enjoy your presentation. In addition to intonation, there's another aspect of speech that indicates meaning. This can be called phrasing or tone. Have you ever caught just a snippet of a conversation in your own language and somehow known how to piece together what came before or after the part you heard? This has to do with phrasing. In a sentence, phrasing tells the listener where the speaker is at the moment, where the speaker is going, and if the speaker's finished or not. Notice that the intonation stays on the nouns. Exercise 157. Phrasing. Repeat after me. Dogs eat bones. Dogs eat bones, but cats eat fish. Or, as we all know, dogs eat bones. Dogs eat bones, kibbles, and meat. Do dogs eat bones? Do dogs eat bones? Dogs eat bones, don't they? Dogs eat bones, don't they? He asked if dogs ate bones. Do dogs eat bones? He asked. Exercise 158. Creating word groups. Break the paragraph into natural word groups. Mark every place where you think a pause is needed with a slash. Pause the CD to do your marking. Exercise 159. Practicing word groups. When I read the paragraph this time, I'll exaggerate the pauses. Although we're working on word groups here, remember, I don't want you to lose your intonation. Repeat each sentence group after me. Hello. My name is Anne. I'm taking American accent training. There's a lot to learn, but I hope to make it as enjoyable as possible. I should pick up on the American intonation pattern pretty easily, although the only way to get it is to practice all of the time. I use the up and down or peaks and valleys intonation more than I used to. I've been paying attention to pitch, too. It's like walking down a staircase. I've been talking to a lot of Americans lately, and they tell me that I'm easier to understand. Anyway, I could go on, but the important thing is to listen well and sound good. Well, what do you think? Do I? Next, back up the CD and practice the word groups 3 times using strong intonation. Then, pause the CD and practice 3 more times on your own. When reading, your pauses should be neither long nor dramatic, just enough to give your listener time to digest what you're saying. Exercise 160. Tag endings. Pause the CD and complete each sentence with the tag ending. Use the same verb but with the opposite polarity. Positive becomes negative and negative becomes positive. Then repeat after me. Check the answer key beginning on page 193. Pronunciation. Did he? Does he? Was he? Has he? Is he? Will he? Would he? Can he? Wouldn't you? Shouldn't I? Won't he? Didn't he? Hasn't he? Wouldn't he? Isn't he? Isn't it? Doesn't it? Aren't I? Won't you? Don't you? Can't you? Could you? Would you? 1. The new clerk is very slow, isn't he? 2. But he can improve, can he? 3. She doesn't type very well, does she? 4. They lost their way, didn't they? 5. You don't think so, do you? 6. I don't think it's easy, is it? 7. I'm your friend, aren't I? 8. You won't be coming, will you? 9. He keeps the books, doesn't he? 10. We have to close the office, don't we? 11. We've closed the office, haven't we? 12. We had to close the office, didn't we? 13. We had the office closed, didn't we? 14. We'd already closed the office, hadn't we? 15. We'd better close the office, hadn't we? 16. We'd rather close the office, wouldn't we? 17. The office is closed, hasn't it? 18. You couldn't tell, could you? 19. You'll be working late tonight, won't you? 20. He should have been here by now, shouldn't he? 21. He should be promoted, shouldn't he? 22. I didn't send the fax, did I? 23. I won't get a raise this year, will I? 24. You use the computer, don't you? 25. You're used to the computer, aren't you? 26. You used to use the computer, didn't you? 27. You never used to work Saturdays, did you? 28. That's better, isn't it? The basic techniques introduced in this chapter are pitch, stress, the staircase, and musical notes, reduced sounds, word groups, and phrasing. In chapters 2 through 13, we refine and expand this knowledge to cover every sound of the American accent. Chapter 2. Word Connections. As mentioned in the previous chapter, in American English, words are not pronounced one by one. Usually, the end of one word attaches to the beginning of the next word. This is also true for initials, numbers, and spelling. Part of the glue that connects sentences is an underlying hum or drone that only breaks when you come to a period, and sometimes not even then. You have this underlying hum in your own language, and it helps a great deal toward making you sound like a native speaker. Once you have a strong intonation, you need to connect all those stair steps together so that each sentence sounds like one long word. This chapter is going to introduce you to the idea of liaisons, the connections between words, which allow us to speak in sound groups rather than in individual words. Just as we went over where to put intonation, here you're going to learn how to connect words. Once you understand and learn to use this technique, you can make the important leap from this practice book to other materials and your own conversation. To make it easier for you to read, liaisons are written like this. They tell me that I'm easier. You've already encountered some liaisons in exercises 138, 149, and 153. It could also be written, they tell me that I'm easier, but it'd be too hard to read. Exercise 2-1, Spelling and Pronunciation. Read the following sentences. The last two sentences should be pronounced exactly the same no matter how they're written. It's the sound that's important, not the spelling. That I'm easier. They tell me that I'm easier. They tell me that I'm easier to understand. They tell me that I'm easier to understand. Liaison Rule 1. Consonant-vowel. Words are connected when a word ends in a consonant sound and the next word starts with a vowel sound, including the semivowels W, Y, and R. Exercise 2-2. Word connections. My name is, because I've, pick up on the American intonation. In the preceding example, the word name ends in a consonant sound, The E is silent and doesn't count, and is starts with a vowel sound, I. So name is just naturally flows together. In because I've, the Z sound at the end of because and the I sound of I blend together smoothly. When you say the last line, pick up on the American intonation, you can feel each sound pushing into the next. Exercise 2-3, Spelling and Number Connections. You also use liaisons in spelling and numbers. LA 902 5050. Exercise 2-4, Consonant-Vowel Liaison Practice. Pause the CD and reconnect the following words. On personal pronouns, it's common to drop the H. See answer key beginning on page 193. Repeat after me. Hold on. Turn over. Tell her I miss her. 1. Read only. 2. Fall off. 3. Follow up on. 4. Come in. 5. Call him. 6. Sell it. 7. Take out. 8. Fade away. 9. 6-0. 10. M.A. Liaison Rule 2. Consonant-consonant. Words are connected when a word ends in a consonant sound, and the next one starts with a consonant that's in a similar position. What is a similar position? Let's find out. Exercise 2.5, Consonant-Consonant Liaisons. Say the sound of each group of letters out loud, the sound of the letter, not the name. B is B, not B. There are 3 general locations: the lips, behind the teeth, or in the throat. If a word ends with the sound created in the throat, and the next word starts with the sound from that same general location, these words are going to be linked together. The same with the other 2 locations. Repeat after me. At the lips, P, B, F, V, M, W. Behind the teeth, T, D, Ch, J, O, N, S, Z, Sh, J, Y. In the throat, K, G, H, Exercise 2.6, Consonant-Consonant Liaisons. I just didn't get the chance. I've been late twice. In the preceding examples, you can see that because the ending st of just and the beginning d of didn't are so near each other in the mouth, it's not worth the effort to start the sound all over again, so they just flow into each other. You don't say, I just didn't get to the chance, but do say, I just didn't get the chance. In the same way, it's too much work to say, I've been late twice, so you say it almost as if it were a single word. I've been late twice. The sound of TH is a special case. It's a floater between areas. The sound is sometimes created by the tongue popping out from between the teeth, and other times on the back of the top teeth, combining with various letters to form a new composite sound. For instance, S moves forward and the Th moves back to meet at the midpoint between the 2. Exercise 2.7, Liaisons with TH combination. When the TH combination connects with certain sounds, the 2 sounds blend together to form a composite sound. In the following example, see how the TH moves back and the L moves forward to meet in a new middle position. Repeat after me. With lemon. With nachos. Both times. With delivery. Both sizes. With zeal. Both charges. With juice. In the. Was that. Hid those. Exercise 2.8, Consonant-Consonant Liaison Practice. Pause the CD and reconnect the following words as shown in the models. Check the answer key beginning on page 193. Repeat. Hard times. With luck. 1. Business deal. 2. Credit check. 3. The top file. 4. Sell 9 new cars. 5. Sit down. 6. Some plans need luck. 7. Check cashing. 8. Let them make conditions. 9. Had the. 10. Both days. Liaison Rule 3. Vowel, vowel. When a word ending in a vowel sound is next to one beginning with a vowel sound, they're connected with a glide between the 2 vowels. A glide is either a slight y sound or a slight w sound. How do you know which one to use? This will take care of itself. The position your lips are in will dictate either y or w. Go away. I also need the other one. For example, if a word ends in O, your lips are going to be in the forward position, so a W, a W, quite naturally leads into the next sound, go away. You don't want to say go away and break the undercurrent of your voice. Run it all together, go away. After a long E sound, your lips will be pulled back far enough to create a Y glide or liaison. I also need the other one. Don't force this sound too much, though. It's not a strong pushing sound. I also need the other one would sound really weird. Exercise 2-9, Vowel-Vowel Liaison Practice. Pause the CD and reconnect the following words as shown in the models. Add a Y glide after an E sound and a W glide after an U sound. Don't forget that the sound of the American O is really O-U. Check the answer key beginning on page 193. Repeat. She isn't. Who is? 1. Go anywhere. 2. So honest. 3. Through are. 4. You are. 5. He is. 6. Do I? 7. I asked. 8. To open. 9. She always. 10. Too often. Liaison Rule 4. T, D, S, or Z plus Y. When the letter or sound of T, D, S, or Z is followed by a word that starts with Y, or its sound, both sounds are connected. These letters and sounds connect not only with Y, but they do so as well with the initial unwritten Y. Exercise 210, T, D, S, or Z plus Y liaisons. Repeat the following. What's your name? Can't you do it? Actually. Don't you like it? Wouldn't you? Haven't you? No, not yet. I'll let you know. Can I get you a drink? We thought you weren't coming. I'll bet you $10 he forgot. Is that your final answer? Natural, perpetual, virtual. Did you see it? How'd you like it? Could you tell? Where'd you send your check? What'd your family think? Did you find your keys? We followed your instructions. Congratulations. Education. Individual. Graduation. Gradual. Yes, you are. Insurance. Bless you. Press your hands together. Can you dress yourself? You can pass your exams this year. I'll try to guess your age. Let him gas your car for you. How's your family? How was your trip? Who's your friend? Where's your mom? When's your birthday? She says you're okay. Who does your hair? Casual, visual, usual, version, vision. Exercise 211, T, D, S, or Z plus Y liaison practice. Pause the CD and reconnect or rewrite the following words. Remember that there may be a Y sound that is not written. Check the answer key beginning on page 193. Putcher. Gradual. 1. Did you? 2. Who's your? 3. Gesture. 4. Gesture. 5. Miss you. 6. Tissue. 7. Got your. 8. Where's your? 9. Congratulations. 10. Had your. Exercise 212. Finding liaisons and glides. Pause the CD and in the following paragraph connect as many of the words as possible. Mark your liaisons as we've done in the first two sentences. Add the y and w glides between vowels. Practice reading the paragraph 3 times, focusing on running your words together. Turn the CD back on and repeat after me as I read. I'm going to exaggerate the linking of the words, drawing it out much longer than would be natural. Hello, my name is Zan. I'm taking American accent training. There's a lot to learn, but I hope to make it as enjoyable as possible. I should pick up on the American intonation pattern pretty easily, although the only way to get it is to practice all of the time. I use the up and down or peaks and valleys intonation more than I used to. I've been paying attention to pitch, too. It's like walking down a staircase. I've been talking to a lot of Americans lately, and they tell me that I'm easier to understand. Anyway, I could go on, but the important thing is to listen well and sound good. Well, what do you think? Do I? Exercise 213, Practicing Liaisons. Back up the CD to the last paragraph just read and repeat again. This time, however, read from the paragraph below. The intonation is marked for you in boldface. Use your rubber band on every stressed word. Exercise 214, Additional Liaison Practice. Use these techniques on texts of your own and in conversation. 1. Take some written material and mark the intonation, then the word groups, and finally the liaisons. 2. Practice saying it out loud. 3. Record yourself and listen back. In conversation, think which word you want to make stand out and change your pitch on that word. Then, run the in-between words together in the valleys. Listen carefully to how Americans do it and copy the sound. Exercise 215, Colloquial Reductions and Liaisons. In order for you to recognize these sounds when used by native speakers, they're presented here, but I don't recommend that you go out of your way to use them yourself. If at some point they come quite naturally of their own accord in casual conversation, you don't need to resist, but please don't force yourself to talk this way. Repeat. I've got to go. I've got a book. Do you want to dance? Want a banana? Let me in. Let me go. I'll let you know. Did you do it? Not yet. I'll meet you later. What do you think? What'd you do with it? How'd you like it? When'd you get it? Why'd you take it? Why'n't you try it? What are you waiting for? What you doing? How's it going? Where's the whatchamacallit? Where's what's-his-name? How about it? He's got to hurry 'cause he's late. I could have been a contender. Could you speed it up, please? Would you mind if I tried it? Aren't you Bob Barker? Can't you see it my way for a change? Don't you get it? I should have told you. Tell her I miss her. Tell him I miss him. To have your liaisons tested, call 800-457-4255. Exercise 216, Liaison Staircases. You're going to make staircases again from the paragraph below, pretty much as you did in Exercise 117 on page 16. This time, instead of putting a whole word on each stair step, put a single sound on each step. This is also similar to the second part of the Dogs Eat Bones exercise, 138 on page 36. Use the liaison techniques that you have just learned to connect the words, then regroup them and place one sound unit on a step. As before, start a new staircase every time you stress a word. Remember, new sentences don't have to start new staircases. A staircase can continue from one sentence to another until you come to a stressed word. Pause the CD. Chapter 3. Cat, Caught, Cut. After laying our foundation with intonation and liaisons, here we finally begin to refine your pronunciation. We're now going to work on the differences between ah, and as well as o, a, and e. Let's start out with the ah sound. The ah sound. Although not a common sound, ah is very distinctive to the ear and is typically American. In the practice paragraph in exercise 3.2, this sound occurs 5 times. As its phonetic symbol indicates, ah is a combination of ah and eh. To pronounce it, drop your jaw down as if you're going to say ah. Then from that position, try to say eh. The final sound is not 2 separate vowels, but rather the end result of the combination. It's very close to the sound that a goat makes, ma. Try it a few times now. Ah, ah. Ah, ah. If you find yourself getting too nasal with ah, pinch your nose as you say it. If cat turns into can't, you need to pull the sound out of your nose and down into your throat. The ah sound. The ah sound occurs a little more frequently. You'll find 10 such sounds in the exercise. To pronounce ah, relax your tongue and drop your jaw as far down as it'll go. As a matter of fact, put your hand under your chin and say ma, pa, ta, sa. Your hand should be pushed down by your jaw as it opens. Remember, it's the sound that you make when the doctor wants to see your throat, so open it up and drop your jaw. The schwa sound. Last is the schwa, the most common sound in American English. When you work on exercise 3.2, depending on how fast you speak, how smoothly you make liaisons, how strong your intonation is, and how much you relax your sounds, you'll find from 50 to 75 schwas. Spelling doesn't help identify it because it can appear as any one of the vowels or a combination of them. It's a neutral vowel sound, It's usually in an unstressed syllable, though it can be stressed as well. Whenever you find a vowel that can be crossed out and its absence wouldn't change the pronunciation of the word, you've probably found a schwa. Photography. The 2 apostrophes show the location of the neutral vowel sounds. Because it's so common, however, the wrong pronunciation of this one little sound can leave your speech strongly accented, even if you Americanized everything else. Exercise 3.1. Word by word and in a sentence. That. He said that it's okay. Than. It's bigger than before. As soon as he gets here. At. Look at the time. And. Ham and eggs. Have. Where have you been? Had. He'd been at home. Can. Can you do it? Exercise 3.2. Finding ah, and sounds. There are 5 ah, 10 and 75 sounds in the following paragraph. Underscore them in pen or pencil. The first one of each sound is marked for you. Next, check your answers with the answer key beginning on page 193. Finally, take your markers and give a color to each sound. For example, mark ah green, blue, and yellow. Turn your CD off and read the paragraph 3 times on your own. Exercise 3.3. Vowel sound differentiation. Here, we'll read down from 1 to 24, then we'll read across. Give the A sound a clear double sound, A. Also, the O is a longer sound than you might be expecting. Add the full oo sound after each O. An, ban, can, cat, Dan, fan, gap, hat, Jan, lamp, man, matter, nan, gnat, pan, ran, sand, shall, chance, tack, van, wax, yam, zap, on, bond, con, cot, dawn, fawn, gone, hot, John, lawn, monster, motto, non, not, pawn, ron, son, Sean, chalk, talk, Vaughn, want, yawn, czar, bun, come, cut, done, fun, gun, hut, jump, lump, Monday, mutter, none, nut, pun, run, sun, shut, chuck, tuck, vug, one, young, result, across, one, an, on, un, two, ban, bond, bun, three, can, con, come, four, cat, caught, cut. To have your pronunciation tested, call 1-800-457-4255. Exercise 3-4, reading the A sound. The tan man. A fashionably tan man sat casually at the bat stand, lashing a handful of practice bats. The manager, a crabby old bag of bones, passed by and laughed. "You're about average, Jack. Can't you lash faster than that?" Jack had had enough, so he clambered to his feet and lashed bats faster than any man had ever lashed bats. As a matter of fact, he lashed bats so fast that he seemed to dance. The manager was aghast. "Jack, you're a master bat lasher," he gasped. Satisfied at last, Jack sat back and never lashed another bat. Pause the CD and read The Tan Man aloud. Turn it back on to continue. Exercise 3-5, reading the ah sound. A lot of long hot walks in the garden. John was not sorry when the boss called off the walks in the garden. Obviously to him, it was awfully hot and the walks were far too long. He had not thought that walking would have caught on the way it did, and he fought the policy from the onset. At first, he thought he could talk it over at the law office and have it quashed. But a small obstacle halted that thought. The top lawyers always bought coffee at the shop across the lawn and they didn't want to stop on John's account. John's problem was not office politics, but office policy. He resolved the problem by bombing the garden. Pause the CD and read a lot of long hot walks in the garden aloud. Exercise 3-6, reading the sound. When you read the following schwa paragraph, try clenching your teeth the first time. It won't sound completely natural, but it will get rid of all the excess lip and jaw movement and force your tongue to work harder than usual. Remember that in speaking American English, we don't move our lips much, and we talk through our teeth from far back in our throats. I'm going to read with my teeth clenched together, and you follow along, holding your teeth together. What must the sun above wonder about? Some pundits proposed that the sun wonders unnecessarily about sundry and assorted conundrums. One cannot but speculate what can come of their proposal. It wasn't enough to trouble us, but it was done so underhandedly that hundreds of sun lovers rushed to the defense of their beloved sun. None of this was relevant on Monday, however, when the sun burned up the entire country. Pause the CD and read What Must the Sun Above Wonder About twice. Try it once with your teeth clenched the first time and normally the second time. Chapter 4, The American T. The American T is influenced very strongly by intonation and its position in a word or phrase. At the top of a staircase, T is pronounced T as in Ted or Italian. A T in the middle of a staircase is pronounced as D, Betty, Italy. Whereas a T at the bottom of a staircase isn't pronounced at all, hot. Look at Italian and Italy in the examples below. The tal of Italian is at the top of the staircase and is strong, Italian. The d of Italy is in the middle and is weak, Italy. Exercise 4-1. Stressed and unstressed T. Repeat after me. Italian, Italy. Attack, attic. Atomic, atom. Photography, photograph. Exercise 4-2. Betty bought a bit of better butter. In the sentence, Betty bought a bit of better butter, all of the T's are in weak positions, so they all sound like soft D's. Repeat the sentence slowly, word by word. Betty, botta, bitta, better, butter. Feel the tip of your tongue flick across that area behind your top teeth. Think of the music of a cello again when you say, Betty bought a bit of better butter. Repeat. Betty bought a bit of better butter. But, said she, this butter's bitter. If I put it in my batter, it'll make my batter bitter. Exercise 4-3. Rule 1. Top of the staircase. When a T is at the top of a staircase in a stressed position, it should be a clear, popped sound. 1. In the beginning of a word, T is T. Ted took 10 tomatoes. 2. With a stressed T and ST, TS, TR, CT, and LT, and sometimes NT combinations, T is T. He was content with the contract. 3. T replaces D in the past tense after an unvoiced consonant sound. F, k, p, s, ch, sh, f, except T. T. Laughed, picked, hoped, raced, watched, washed, unearthed. D. Halved, rigged, nabbed, raised, judged, garaged, smoothed. Exceptions: wicked, naked, crooked, etc. Read the following sentences out loud. Make sure the underlined, stressed T's are sharp and clear. 1. It took Tim 10 times to try the telephone. 2. Stop touching Ted's toes. 3. Turn towards Stella and study her contract together. 4. Control your tears. 5. It's Tommy's turn to tell the teacher the truth. Exercise 4-4, Rule 2, middle of the staircase. An unstressed T in the middle of a staircase between two vowel sounds should be pronounced as a soft D. Betty bought a bit of better butter. Pat ought to sit on a lap. Read the following sentences out loud. Make sure that the underlined, unstressed T's sound like a soft D. 1. What a good idea. 2. Put it in a bottle. 3. Write it in a letter. 4. Set it on the metal gutter. 5. Put all the data in the computer. 6. Insert a quarter in the meter. 7. Get a better water heater. 8. Let her put a sweater on. 9. Betty's at a meeting. 10. It's getting hotter and hotter. 11. Patty ought to write a better letter. 12. Frida had a little metal bottle. Exercise 4-5. Rule 3, bottom of the staircase. T at the bottom of a staircase is in the held position. 1. She hit the hot hut with her hat. 2. We went to that net site to get what we needed. 3. Pat was quite right, wasn't she? 4. What? Put my hat back. 5. Hot, late, fat, goat, hit, put, not, hurt, what, set, paint, wait, sit, dirt, note, fit, lot, light, suit, point, incident, tight. Exercise 4-6, Rule 4. Held T before N. The held T is, strictly speaking, not really a T at all. 1. He's forgotten the carton of satin mittens. 2. She's certain that he has written it. 3. The cotton curtain is not in the fountain. 4. The hikers went in the mountains. 5. Martin has gotten a kitten. 6. Students study Latin in Britain. 7. Whitney has a patent on those sentences. 8. He has not forgotten what was written about the mutant on the mountain. 9. It's not certain that it was gotten from the fountain. 10. You need to put an orange cotton curtain on that window. 11. We like that certain satin better than the carton of cotton curtains. 12. The Intercontinental Hotel is in Seattle. 13. The frightened witness had forgotten the important written message. 14. The child wasn't beaten because he'd bitten the button. Exercise 4-7, Rule 5, the silent T. T and N are so close in the mouth that the T can simply disappear. Repeat. 1. Interview. 2. Interface. 3. Internet. 4. Interstate. 5. Interrupt. 6. Interfere. 7. Interactive. 8. International. 9. Advantage. 10. Percentage. 11. 20. 12. Printout. 13. Printer. 14. Winter. 15. Enter. Exercise 4-8. Rule 5. The silent T. Read the following sentences out loud. Make sure that the underlined T's are silent. 1. He had a great interview. 2. Try to enter the information. 3. Turn the printer on. 4. Finish the printing. 5. She's at the International Center. 6. It's 20 degrees in Toronto. 7. I don't understand it. 8. She invented it in Santa Monica. 9. He can't even do it. 10. They don't even want it. 11. They won't ever try. 12. What's the point of it? 13. She's the intercontinental representative. 14. Hasn't he? 15. Isn't he? 16. Aren't I? 17. Won't he? 18. Doesn't he? 19. Wouldn't it? 20. Didn't I? Exercise 4-9. Karina's T connections. Here are some extremely common middle T combinations. Repeat after me. Whata, butta, thutta. What I, but I, that I. Exercise 4-10. Combinations in context. Repeat the following sentences. 1. I don't know what it means. 2. But it looks like what I need. 3. But you said that you wouldn't. 4. I know what you think. 5. But I don't think that he will. 6. He said that if we can do it, he'll help. 7. But isn't it easier this way? 8. We want something that isn't here. 9. You'll like it, but you'll regret it later. 10. But he's not right for what I want. 11. It's amazing what you've accomplished. 12. What if he forgets? 13. Okay, but aren't you missing something? 14. I think that he's okay now. 15. She wanted to, but her car broke down. 16. We think that you're taking a chance. 17. They don't know what it's about. Exercise 4-11. Voiced and unvoiced sounds with T. This exercise is for the practice of the difference between words that end in either a vowel or a voiced consonant, which means that the vowel is lengthened or doubled. Therefore, these words are on a much larger, longer stair-step. Words that end in an unvoiced consonant are on a smaller, shorter stair-step. This occurs whether the vowel in question is tense or lax. Ha, hod, hot. Har, hard, heart. Haul, hauled, halt. Her, heard, hurt. Hole, hold, holt. Hoe, hoed. Ca, cod, cot. Car, card, cart. Call, called. Cur, curd, curt. Coal, cold, colt. Co, code, coat. Exercise 4-12, Finding American T sounds. Once again, go over the following familiar paragraph. First, find all the T's that are pronounced D. There are 9 to 13 here. Second, find all the held T's. There are 7. The first of each is marked for you. Pause the CD and do this, and don't forget to check your answers with the answer key beginning on page 193 when you finish. Chapter 5. The L. This chapter discusses the sound of L, not to be confused with that of the American R, which is covered in the next chapter. We'll approach this sound first by touching on the difficulties it presents to foreign speakers of English, and next by comparing L to the related sounds of T, D, and N. L compared with T, D, and N. When you learn to pronounce the L correctly, you'll feel its similarity with T, D, and N. Actually, the tongue is positioned in the same place in the mouth for all 4 sounds, behind the teeth. The difference is in how and where the air comes out. T and D. The sound of both T and D is produced by allowing a puff of air to come out over the tip of the tongue. N. The sound of N is nasal. The tongue completely blocks all air from leaving through the mouth, allowing it to come out only through the nose. You should be able to feel the edges of your tongue touching your teeth when you say L. With the L, the tip of the tongue is securely touching the roof of the mouth behind the teeth, but the sides of the tongue are dropped down and tense. This is where L is different from N. With N, the tongue is relaxed and covers the entire area around the back of the teeth so that no air can come out. With L, the tongue is very tense and the air comes out around its sides. At the beginning, it's helpful to exaggerate the position of the tongue. Look at yourself in the mirror as you stick out the tip of your tongue between your front teeth. With your tongue in this position, say L several times. Then try saying it with your tongue behind your teeth. This sounds complicated, but it's easier to do than to describe. You can practice this again later with exercise 5.3. Our first exercise, however, must focus on differentiating the sounds. Exercise 5.1. Sounds comparing L with T, D, and N. For this exercise, concentrate on the different ways in which the air comes out of the mouth when producing each sound of L, T, D, and N. Look at the drawings included here to see the correct position of the tongue. Instructions for reading the groups of words listed next are given after the words. TD are plosive. A puff of air comes out over the tip of the tongue is somewhat tense. N is nasal. Air comes out through the nose. The tongue is completely relaxed. L is lateral. Air flows around the sides of the tongue. The tongue is very tense. The lips are not rounded. Exercise 5.2. Sounds comparing L with T, D, and N. Repeat after me, first down and then across. 1. At the beginning of a word. La, lo, li, na, no, ni, ta, to, ti, da, do, di, la, na, ta, da, lo, no, to, do, li, ni, ti, di. 2. In the middle of a word. Belly, collar, alley, Benny, Connor, Annie's, Betty, Cotter, at ease, belly, Benny, Betty, collar, Connor, Cotter, alley, Annie's, at ease. 3. At the end of a word. A. Hole, hold, hone, hoed, call, called, con, cod. B. Fill, full, fool, fail, fell, feel, fuel, furl. Repeat the last group of words. Fill, full, fool, fail, fell, feel, fuel, furl. Once you're comfortable with your tongue in this position, let it just languish there while you continue vocalizing, which is what a native speaker does. Repeat again. Fill, full, fool, fail, feel, fuel, furl. Exercise 5-3. Final L with schwa. Repeat after me. 1. Fill. 2. Full. 3. Fool. 4. Fail. 5. Fell. 6. Feel. 7. Fuel. 8. Furl. Exercise 5-4. Many final L's. This time, simply hold the L sound extra long. Repeat after me. 1. Fill. 2. Full. 3. Fool. 4. Fail. 5. Fell. 6. Feel. 7. Fuel. 8. Furl. Exercise 5-5. Liaise the L's. As you work with the following exercise, here are 2 points you should keep in mind. When a word ends with an L sound, either A, connect it to the next word if you can, or B, add a slight schwa for an exaggerated L sound. For example, A. Enjoyable as. B. Possible. Exercise 5-6. Finding L sounds. Pause the CD and find and mark all the L sounds in the familiar paragraph below. The first one is marked for you. There are 17 of them. 5 are silent. Afterwards, check the answer key beginning on page 193. Exercise 5-7. Silent L's. Once you've found all the L sounds, the good news is that very often you don't even have to pronounce them. Read the following list of words after me. 1. Would, could, should. 2. Chalk, talk, walk. 3. Calm, palm, psalm. 4. Already, all right, almond. 5. Although, almost, always. 6. Salmon, alms, Albany. 7. Folk, caulk, polka. Exercise 5-8. Hold your tongue. You and I are going to read with our tongues firmly held at the roofs of our mouths. If you want, hold a clean dime there with the tongue's tip. The dime will let you know when you've dropped your tongue because it'll fall out. Do not use candy. It'll hold itself there since wet candy's sticky. If you prefer, you can read with your tongue between your teeth instead of the standard behind the teeth position and use a small mirror. Remember that with this technique you can actually see your tongue disappear as you hear your L sounds drop off. It's going to sound ridiculous, of course, and nobody would ever intentionally sound like this, but no one will hear you practice. You don't want to sound like this. Force your tongue to make all the various vowels in spite of its position. Let's go. Exercise 5-9. Little Lola. Now that we've done this, instead of L being a hard letter to pronounce, it's the easiest one because the tongue is stuck in that position. Pause the CD to practice the reading on your own, again with your tongue stuck to the top of your mouth. Read the paragraph after me with your tongue in the normal position. Use good strong intonation. Follow my lead as I start dropping H's here. Little Lola felt left out in life. She told herself that luck controlled her, and she truly believed that only by loyally following an exalted leader Could she be delivered from her solitude? Unfortunately, she learned a little late that her life was her own to deal with. When she realized it, she was already eligible for Social Security, and she had lent her lifelong earnings to a lowlife in Long Beach. She lay on her linoleum and slid along the floor in anguish. A little later, she leapt up and laughed. She no longer longed for a leader to tell her how to live her life. Little Lola was finally all well. Exercise 5:10. Dull versus dull. Repeat after me. Laid, ladle, lay dull. To hear the difference between dull and dull, contrast the sentences. Don't lay dull tiles and don't ladle tiles. Lay dull, ladle. Exercise 5:11, final L practice. Repeat the following lists: bull, pull, wool, full, Schultz, tull, yule, ball, haul, hauled, paul, wall, fall, shawl, tall, vault, yawl, call, bowel, howl, howled, powell, foul, towel, vowel, yowl, cowl, bell, hell, held, pell, well, fell, shell, tell, velt, yell, kelly, bail, hail, hailed, pale, whale, fail, shale, tail, veil, yale, kale, bowl, hole, hold, pole, hole, foal, shoal, toll, vole, cold, beal, heel, healed, peel, wheel, feel, shield, teal, veal, yield, keel, bottle, huddle, hurdle, poodle, wheedle, feedle, shuttle, turtle, vital, yodel, coddle. Exercise 5:12. 30 little turtles in a bottle of bottled water. Repeat the following paragraph, focusing on the consonant plus schwa-l combinations. 30 little turtles in a bottle of bottled water. A bottle of bottled water held 30 little turtles. It didn't matter that each turtle had to rattle a metal ladle in order to get a little bit of noodles. A total turtle delicacy. The problem was that there were many turtle battles for the less the noodles of noodles. The littlest turtles always lost because every time they thought about grappling with the haggler turtles, their little turtle minds boggled, and they only caught a little bit of noodles. Exercise 5:13. Speed reading. We've already practiced strong intonation, so now we'll just pick up the speed. First, I'm going to read our familiar paragraph as fast as I can. Subsequently, you'll practice on your own, and then we'll go over it together, sentence by sentence, to let you practice reading very fast right after me. By then, you'll have more or less mastered the idea, so record yourself reading really fast and with very strong intonation. Listen back to see if you sound more fluent. Listen as I read. Hello, my name is Anne. I'm taking American accent training. There's a lot to learn, but I hope to make it as enjoyable as possible. I should pick up on the American intonation pattern pretty easily, although the only way to get it is to practice all the time. I use the up and down or peaks and valleys intonation more than I used to. I've been paying attention to pitch, too. It's like walking down a staircase. I've been talking to a lot of Americans lately, and they tell me that I'm easier to understand. Anyway, I could go on, but the important thing is to listen well and sound good. Well, what do you think? Do I? Pause the CD and practice speed reading on your own 5 times. Repeat each sentence after me. Hello, my name is Anne. I'm taking American accent training. There's a lot to learn, but I hope to make it as enjoyable as possible. I should pick up on the American intonation pattern pretty easily, although the only way to get it is to practice all the time. I use the up and down or peaks and valleys intonation more than I used to. I've been paying attention to pitch, too. It's like walking down a staircase. I've been talking to a lot of Americans lately, and they tell me that I'm easier to understand. Anyway, I could go on, but the important thing is to listen well and sound good. Well, what do you think? Do I? Record yourself speed reading with strong intonation. Exercise 514, Tandem Reading. The last reading that I'd like you to do is one along with me. Up to now, I've read first, and you've repeated in the pause that followed. Now, however, I'd like you to read along at exactly the same time that I read so that we sound like one person reading. Hello, my name is Anne. I'm taking American accent training. Read along with me. Hello, my name is Anne. I'm taking American accent training. There's a lot to learn, but I hope to make it as enjoyable as possible. I should pick up on the American intonation pattern pretty easily, although the only way to get it is to practice all the time. I use the up and down or peaks and valleys intonation more than I used to. I've been paying attention to pitch, too. It's like walking down a staircase. I've been talking to a lot of Americans lately, and they tell me that I'm easier to understand. Anyway, I could go on, but the important thing is to listen well and sound good. Well, what do you think? Do I? Voice quality. In the next chapter, we'll be working on a sound that's produced deep in the throat, the American R. In Chapter 3, we studied two tense vowels, a and ah, and the completely neutral schwa, The ah sound has a tendency to sound a little nasal all on its own, and when other vowels are nasalized as well, it puts your whole voice in the wrong place. This is an opportune moment, then, to go into the quality of your voice. In my observation, when people speak a foreign language, they tense up their throat, so their whole communication style sounds forced, pinched, strained, artificial, or nasal. The foreign speaker's voice is also generally higher pitched than would be considered desirable. To practice the difference between high pitch and lower pitch, work on uh-oh. In addition to pitch, this exercise will let you discover the difference between a tinny nasal sound and a deep, rich, mellifluous basso profundo tone. The tilde is used to indicate a nasal sound. Exercise 515. Shifting your voice position. Pinch your nose closed and say, You should feel a high vibration in your nasal passages as well as in your fingers. Now, continue holding your nose and completely relax your throat. Allow an ah sound to flow from deep in your chest. Ah. There should be no vibration in your nose at all. Go back and forth several times. Ah. Ah. Next, we practice flowing from one position to the other so that you can feel exactly when it changes from a nasal sound to a deep, rich schwa. Remember how it was imitating a man's voice when you were little? Do that. Pinch your nose and repeat after me. Here we'll practice the same progression, but we'll stick with the same sound. As you'll see in Chapter 12, there are three nasal consonants, M, N, and NG. These have non-nasal counterparts, M, B, N, D, N, G. We're going to practice totally denasalizing your voice for a moment, which means turning the nasals into the other consonants. We'll read the same sentence 3 times. The first will be quite nasal. The second will sound like you have a cold. The third will have appropriate nasal consonants but denasalized vowels. Repeat after me.
Mary might need money.
Barry might need buddy. Mary might need money. Now that you've moved your voice out of your nose and down into your diaphragm, let's apply it. A lot of long, hot walks in the garden. John was not sorry. When the boss called off the walks in the garden, obviously to him it was awfully hot and the walks were far too long. He had not thought that walking would have caught on the way it did, and he fought the policy from the onset. Chapter 6. The American R. American English today, although continually changing, is made up of the sounds of the various people who've come to settle here from many countries. All of them have put in their linguistic 2 cents, the end result being that the easiest way to pronounce things has almost always been adopted as the most American. R is an exception, along with L and the sounds of A and th, and is one of the most troublesome sounds for people to acquire. Not only is it difficult for adults learning the language, but also for American children, who pronounce it like a W, or skip over it altogether and only pick it up after they've learned all the other sounds. Exercise 6-1. R location practice. Repeat after me. G, gur, Greek, green, grass, grow, crow, core, cork, coral, cur, curl, girl, gorilla, her, erg, error, mirror, whir, war, gore, wrong, ringer, church, pearl. While you're perfecting your R, you might want to rush to it, and in doing so neglect the preceding vowel. There are certain vowels that you can neglect, but there are others that demand their full sound. We're going to practice the ones that require you to keep that clear sound before you add an R. Exercise 6-2. Double vowel sounds with R. Refer to the subsequent lists of sounds and words as you work through each of the directions that follow them. Repeat each sound, first the vowel and then the and each word in columns 1 to 3. We'll read all the way across. A, ha, erd, hard. E, he, here. E, she, share. O, mo, more. Were. We'll next read column 3 only. Try to keep that doubled sound, but let the vowels flow smoothly into the Imagine a double stair step that cannot be avoided. Don't make them too staccato sounds, though, like ha-erd. Instead, follow them smoothly over the double stair step. Hard. Ready? Hard. Here. Share. More. Were. Of course, they're not that long. This is an exaggeration, and you're going to shorten them up once you get better at that sound. When you say the first one, hard, to get your jaw open for the ha, imagine that you're getting ready to bite into an apple. Ha. Then for the sound, you'd bite into it. Hard. Hard. Pause the CD to practice 5 times on your own. Exercise 6-3. How to pronounce troublesome R's. The following 7 R sounds, which are represented by the 10 words, give people a lot of trouble, so we're going to work with them and make them easy for you. 1. Were. 2. Word. 3. Whirl. 4. World. 5. War. 6. Whorl. 7. Where. The following words are typical in that they're spelled one way and pronounced in another way. The R combination frequently sounds like as in embarrass. This sound is particularly clear on the West Coast. On the East Coast you may hear embarrass. Exercise 6-4, Spignev's epsilon list. Repeat after me. Embarrass, vocabulary, parent, parallel, paragraph, para, parrot, apparent, parish, Paris, area, aware, compare, imaginary, stationary, care, carry, carriage, marriage, maritime, barrier, baritone, barons, library, character, Karen, Harry, Mary, Larry, Sarah, narrate, guarantee, larynx, laryngitis, necessary, itinerary, said, says, transparency, dictionary, many, any. Exercise 6-5, R combinations. Don't think about spelling here. Just pronounce each column of words as the heading indicates. Earn, hurt, heard, pert, word, a word, work, first, firm, rather, murky, spur, sure, churn, gird, cur, turtle, dirt, stir, sir, burn, art, heart, hard, part, far, farm, cathartic, mar, spar, sharp, char, guard, car, tar, dark, star, sorry, barn, air, hair, haired, pair, wear, aware, where, fair, fairy, there, mare, spare, share, chair, scared, care, tear, dare, stare, Sarah, bear, or, horse, hoard, pour, war, award, warm, for, form, Thor, more, sport, shore, chore, gourd, core, tore, door, store, sore, born. Ear. Exercise G. 3-word phrase story. The Three Little Pigs. Notice where there are patterns, where the words change, but the rhythm stays the same. Straw cutting tools, wood cutting tools, bricklaying tools. Read the story aloud. Once upon a time, there are 3 little pigs. They lived with their kind old mother near a large dark forest. One day they decided to build their own houses. The first little pig used straw. He took his straw cutting tools, his new lawnmower, and built a little straw house. The second little pig used sticks. He took his wood cutting tools and some old paintbrushes and built a small wooden house. The third little pig, who was a very hard worker, used bricks. He took his bricklaying tools, an expensive mortar board, and built a large brick house. In the forest lived a big bad wolf. He wanted to eat the 3 little pigs, so he went to the flimsy straw abode and tried to blow it down. "Not by the hair of my chinny chin chin," cried the 3 little porkers. But the house was not very strong, and the big bad beast blew it down. The 3 little pigs ran to the rickety wooden structure, but the big bad wolf blew it down too. Quickly, the 3 little piggies ran to the sturdy brick dwelling and hid inside. The big bad wolf huffed and he puffed, but he couldn't blow the strong brick house down. The three little pigs laughed and danced and sang. Exercise H, sentence balance. Goldilocks. One of the most fascinating things about spoken English is how the intonation prepares the listener for what's coming. As you know, the main job of intonation is to announce new information. However, there's a secondary function, and that's to alert the listener of changes down the road. Certain shifts will be dictated for the sake of sentence balance. Set phrases and contrast don't change, but the intonation of a descriptive phrase will move from the second word to the first without changing the meaning. The stress change indicates that it's not the end of the sentence, but rather there's more to come. This is why it's particularly important to speak in phrases instead of word by word. When we practiced Goldilocks and the Three Bears the first time on page 34, we had very short sentences, so we didn't need sentence balance. All of the underlined descriptive phrases would otherwise be stressed on the second word if the shift weren't needed. There's a little girl called Goldilocks. She's walking through a sunny forest and sees a small house. She knocks on the door, but no one answers. She goes inside to see what's there. There are 3 chairs in the large room. Goldilocks sits on the biggest chair. It's too high for her to sit on. She sits on the middle-sized one, but it's too low. She sits on the small chair, and it's just right. On the table, there are 3 bowls of porridge. She tries the first one, but it's too hot to swallow. The second one is too cold, and the third one is just right. So she eats it all. After that, she goes upstairs to look around. There are 3 beds in the bedroom. She sits down on the biggest one. It's too hard to sleep on. The middle-sized bed is too soft. The little one is just right. So she lies down and falls asleep. In the meantime, the family of 3 bears comes home. The papa bear, the mama bear, and the baby bear. They look around and say, "Who's been sitting in our chairs and eating our porridge?" Then they run upstairs and say, "Who's been sleeping in our beds?" Goldilocks wakes up when she hears all the noise and is so scared that she runs out of the house and never comes back. 4-word phrases. Exercise I. Multiple modifiers with set phrases. When you continue to modify a set phrase, you maintain the original intonation pattern and simply add an additional stress point. 1. It's a short fingernail. It's a really short fingernail. 2. It's a banana pancake. It's a tasty banana pancake. 3. It's a leaky hot tub. It's a leaky old hot tub. 4. It's a new hard drive. It's a brand new hard drive. 5. It's a long backbone. It's a long hard backbone. 6. It's a wrinkled playing card. It's a wrinkled old playing card. 7. It's a bright spotlight. It's a bright white spotlight. 8. It's the new phone book. It's a new age phone book. Exercise J. Compound intonation of numbers. In short phrases, teen can be thought of as a separate word in terms of intonation. In longer phrases, the number plus teen becomes one word. Repeat after me. 1. How old is he? He's 14. He's 40. 2. How long has it been? 14 years. 40 years. 3. How old is he? He's 14 years old. He's 40 years old. Exercise K. Modifying 3-word set phrases. When you continue to modify a set phrase, you maintain the original intonation pattern and simply add an unstressed modifier. 1. It's a fingernail clipper. It's a new fingernail clipper. 2. It's a pancake shop. It's a good pancake shop. 3. He's a hot tub maker. He's the best hot tub maker. 4. It's a hard drive holder. It's a plastic hard drive holder. 5. It's a backbone massage. It's a painful backbone massage. 6. It's a playing card rack. It's my best playing card rack. 7. It's a spotlight bulb. It's a fragile spotlight bulb. 8. It's a phone book listing. It's an unusual phone book listing. Exercise L. 4-word phrase story. Little Red Riding Hood. Repeat after me. Once upon a time, there was a cute little redhead named Little Red Riding Hood. One day she told her mother that she wanted to take a well-stocked picnic basket to her dear old grandmother on the other side of the dark, scary black forest. Her mother warned her not to talk to strangers, especially the dangerous big bad wolf. Little Red Riding Hood said she'd be careful and left. Halfway there, she saw a mild-mannered hitchhiker. She pulled over in her bright red sports car and offered him a ride. Just before they got to the freeway turnoff for her old grandmother's house, the heavily bearded young man jumped out and ran away. Was he the wolf? He hurried ahead to the waiting grandmother's house, let himself in, ate her, and jumped into her bed to wait for Little Red Riding Hood. When Little Red Riding Hood got to the house, she was surprised. "Grandmother, what big eyes you have!" The wolf replied, "The better to see you with, my dear." "But grandmother, what big ears you have!" "The better to hear you with, my dear." "Oh, grandmother, what big teeth you have!" "The better to eat you with." And the wolf jumped out of the bed to eat Little Red Riding Hood. Fortunately for her, she was a recently paid-up member of the infamous National Rifle Association, so she pulled out a brand-new shotgun and shot the wolf dead. Exercise M. Building up to 5-word phrases. Repeat after me, then pause the CD and write your own phrases using the same order and form. 1. It's a pot. 2. It's new. 3. It's a new pot. 4. Brand new. 5. It's a brand new pot. 6. It's a teapot. 7. It's a new teapot. 8. It's a brand new teapot. 9. It's a teapot lid. 10. It's a new teapot lid. 11. It's a brand new teapot lid. Review Exercise 9. Ignorance on Parade. Now let's dissect a standard paragraph, including its title, as we did in Review Exercise 1. First, in the boxes in the first paragraph, decide which is a descriptive phrase, which is a set phrase, and where any additional stress might fall. Use one of your colored markers to indicate the stressed words. Second, go through the paragraph and mark the remaining stressed words. Third, put slash marks where you think a short pause is appropriate. Listen as I read the paragraph. Review Exercise 10. Ignorance on Parade Explanations. Here, go over each topic point by point. Chapter 7. TH. I'd like you to consider words as rocks for a moment. When a rock first rolls into the ocean, it is sharp and well-defined. After tumbling about for a few millennia, it becomes round and smooth. A word goes through a similar process. When it first rolls into English, it may have a lot of sharp, well-defined vowels or consonants in it, but after rolling off of a few million tongues, it becomes round and smooth. This smoothing process occurs when a tense vowel becomes reduced and when an unvoiced consonant becomes voiced. The most common words are the smoothest, the most reduced, the most often voiced. There are several very common words that are all voiced. This, that, the, those, them, they, there, then, though. The strong words such as think, or thing, as well as long or unusual words such as thermometer or theologian, stay unvoiced. The sound of the TH combination seems to exist only in English, Greek, and Castilian Spanish. Just as with most of the other consonants, there are two types, voiced and unvoiced. The voiced TH is like a D, but instead of being in back of the teeth, it's a 1/4 inch lower and forward between the teeth. The unvoiced TH is like an S between the teeth. Most people tend to replace the unvoiced TH with S or T, and the voiced one with Z or D. So instead of thing, they say sing or ting, and instead of that, they say zat or dat. To pronounce TH correctly, think of a snake's tongue. You don't want to take a big relaxed tongue, throw it out of your mouth for a long distance, and leave it there for a long time. Make only a very quick, sharp little movement. Keep your tongue's tip very tense. It darts out between your teeth and snaps back very quickly. Thing, that, this. The tongue's position for the unvoiced TH is similar to that of S, but for TH, the tongue is extended through the teeth instead of hissing behind the back of the teeth. The voiced TH is like a D, except that the tongue is placed between the teeth or even pressed behind the teeth. Now we're ready for some practice. Exercise 7-1, the throng of thermometers. I'm going to read the following paragraph once straight through so that you can hear that no matter how fast I read it, all the THs are still there. It's a distinctive sound, but when you repeat it, don't put too much effort into it. Listen to my reading. The throng of thermometers from the Thuringian thermometer folks arrived on Thursday. There were 1,033 thick thermometers, though, instead of 1,036 thin thermometers, which was 3 thermometers fewer than the 1,036 we were expecting, not to mention that they were thick ones rather than thin ones. We thoroughly thought that we had ordered 1,036, not 1,033 thermometers, and asked the Thuringian thermometer folks to reship the thermometers thin, not thick. They apologized for sending only 1,033 thermometers rather than 1,036, and promised to replace the thick thermometers with thin thermometers. Exercise 7-2, targeting the TH sound. In order to target the TH sound, first hold a mirror in front of you and read our familiar paragraph silently, moving only your tongue. It should be visible in the mirror each time you come to a TH. Second, find all the THs, both voiced and unvoiced. Remember, a voice sound makes your throat vibrate, and you can feel that vibration by placing your fingers on your throat. There are 10 voiced and 2 unvoiced THs here. You can mark them by underscoring the former and drawing a circle around the latter, or if you prefer, use 2 of your color markers. Pause the CD to mark the TH sounds. Don't forget to check your answers against the answer key beginning on page 193. Exercise 7-3, tongue twisters. Feeling confident? Good. Try the following tongue twisters and have some fun. 1. The 6th, sick sheiks, 6th, thick sheep. 2. This is a zither. Is this a zither? 3. I thought a thought, but the thought I thought wasn't the thought I thought I thought. If the thought I thought had been the thought I thought, I wouldn't have thought so much. Chapter 8, More Reduced Sounds. There are 2 sounds that look similar, but sound quite different. One is the tense vowel, pronounced oo, and the other is the soft vowel whose pronunciation is a combination of I and The oo sound is located far forward in the mouth and requires you to round your lips. The is one of the 4 reduced vowel sounds that are made in the throat. The most tense and highest in the throat is Next, slightly more relaxed is then and the deepest and most relaxed is the neutral schwa, For the reduced semivowel schwa plus r, the throat is relaxed, but the tongue is tense. Exercise 8-1. Comparing oo and Look at the chart that follows and repeat each word. We're contrasting the sound oo, a strong, non-reducible sound, oo, that is made far forward in the mouth, with the lips fully rounded, with the reduced sound in the second and fourth columns. 1. Booed, book. 2. Boo, bushel. 3. Cooed, could. 4. Cool, cushion. 5. Food, foot. 6. Fool, full. 7. Good, good. 8. Hood, hood. 9. Kook, cook. 10. Crew, crook. 11. Luke, look. 12. Nuke, nook. 13. Pool, pull. 14. Pooch, put. 15. Shoe, sugar. 16. Suit, soot. 17. Shoot, should. 18. Stewed, stood. 19. Toucan, took. 20. Wooed, would. Exercise 8-2. Lax vowels. The lax vowels are produced in the throat and are actually quite similar to each other. Let's practice some lax vowels. See also Chapter 11 to contrast with tense vowels. Remember to double the vowel when the word ends in a voiced consonant. 1. End, it. Earn. 2. Bet, bit, book, but, burn. 3. Kept, kid, could, cut, curt. 4. Check, chick, chuck, church. 5. Det, did, does, dirt. 6. Fence, fit, foot, fun, first. 7. Fell, fill, full, furl. 8. Get, guilt, good, gut, girl. 9. Help, hit, hook, hut, hurt. 10. Held, hill, hood, hull, hurl. 11. Gel, Jill, jump, jerk. 12. Ked, kid, cook, cud, curd. 13. Crest, crypt, crook, crumb. 14. Let, little, look, lump, lurk. 15. Men, milk, muck, murmur. 16. Net, knit, nook, nut, nerd. 17. Pet, pit, put, put, pert. 18. Pell, pill, pull, pearl. 19. Red, rid, root, rut, rural. 20. Said, sit, soot, such, search. 21. Shed, shin, should, shut, sure. 22. Sled, slim, slug, slur. 23. Stead, still, stood, stuff, stir. 24. It stewed, it stick, it stood, it's done, it's dirt. 25. Stretch, string, struck. 26. Tell, tip, took, ton, turn. 27. Then, this, thus. 28. Thing, thug, third. 29. Vex, vim, vug, verb. Exercise 8-3. Bit or beat. We've discussed intonation in terms of new information, contrast, opinion, and negatives. As you heard on page 3, Americans tend to stretch out certain one-syllable words. But which ones? The answer is simple. When a single-syllable word ends in an unvoiced consonant, The vowel is on a single stair step, short and sharp. When the word ends in a voice consonant or a vowel, the vowel is on a double stair step. You can also think of this in terms of musical notes. Here you're going to compare the four words bit, bid, beat, and bead. Once you can distinguish these four, all the rest are easy. Repeat. Bit, bid, beat, bead. Exercise 8-4. Bit or beat, bid or bead. Read each column down. Next, contrast the single and double tense vowels with each other and the single and double lax vowels with each other. Finally, read all four across. Tense vowels: beat, seat, heat, peat, feet, niece, geese, deep, neat, leaf. Bead, seed, heed, impede, feed, knees, he's, deed, need, leave. Lax vowels: bit, sit, hit, pit, fit, miss, hiss, disc, knit, lift. Bid, sid, hid, rapid, fin, mis, his, did, nid, live. Tense vowels: beat, bead, seat, seed, heat, heed, peat, impede, feet, feed, niece, knees, geese, he's, deep, deed, neat, need, leaf, leave. Lax vowels: bit, bid, sit, sid, hit, hid, pit, rapid, fit, fin, miss, mis, hiss, his, disc, did, knit, nid, lift, live. 1. Beat, bead, bit, bid. 2. Seat, seed, sit, peed, hit, feed, fit, fin, knees, miss, mis. 7. Geese, he's, hiss, his. 8. Deep, deed, disc, did. 9. Neat, need, knit, nid. 10. Leaf, leave, lift, live. Exercise 8-5, tense and lax vowel exercise. Let's practice tense and lax vowels in context. The intonation is marked for you. When in doubt, try to leave out the lax vowel rather than run the risk of overpronouncing it. Lip instead of lip, so it doesn't sound like leap. Repeat. 1. Eat, it. I eat it. 2. Beat, bit. The beat is a bit strong. 3. Keys, kiss. Give me a kiss for the keys. 4. Cheek, chick. The chick's cheek is soft. 5. Deed, did. He did the deed. 6. Feet, fit. These shoes fit my feet. 7. Feel, fill. Do you feel that we should fill it? 8. Green, grin. The Martian's grin was green. 9. Heat, hit. Last summer the heat hit hard. 10. Heel, hill. Put your heel on the hill. 11. Jeep, Jill. Jill's Jeep is here. 12. Creep, crypt. Let's creep near the crypt. 13. Leap, lip. He bumped his lip when he leaped. 14. Meal, mill. She had a meal at the mill. 15. Neat, knit. He can knit neatly. 16. Peel, pill. Don't peel that pill. 17. Read, rid. Get rid of the reed. 18. Seek, sick. We seek the sixth sick sheik's sheep. 19. Sheep, ship. There are sheep on the ship. 20. Sleep, slip. The girl sleeps in a slip. 21. Steal, still. He still steals. 22. Streep, strip. Meryl Streep is in a comic strip. 23. Team, Tim. Tim is on the team. 24. These, this. These are better than this one. 25. Thief, thing. The thief took my thing. 26. Weep, whip. Who weeps from the whips? Exercise 8-6, the middle I list. The letter I in the unstressed position devolves consistently into a schwa. Repeat. Ability, accident, accountability, activity, adversity, America, analytical, animal, applicant, application, article, astronomical, audible, auditor, authority, availability, beautiful, brutality, calamity, California, candidate, capacity, celebrity, charity, Christianity, clinical, clerical, chemical. Exercise 8-7, reduction options. In the following example, you'll see how you can fully sound out a word, such as to, reduce it slightly, or do away with it altogether. 1. Easier to understand. 2. Easier to understand. 3. Easier to understand. 4. Easier to understand. 5. Easier to understand. Exercise 8-8. Finding reduced sounds. Go through the paragraph that follows and find the 3 us and the 5 to 7 oos. Remember that your own speech style can increase the possibilities. With to before a vowel, you have a choice of a strong oo, a soft a schwa, or to telescope the 2 words and eliminate the vowel entirely. Pause the CD to mark the and oo sounds. The first one is marked for you. Remember to check the answer key beginning on page 193. Exercise 8-9. How much wood would a woodchuck chuck? How fast can you say, how much wood would a woodchuck chuck if a woodchuck could chuck wood? How much wood would a woodchuck chuck if a woodchuck could chuck wood? How much wood would a woodchuck chuck if a woodchuck could chuck wood? How many cookies could a good cook cook if a good cook could cook cookies? How many cookies could a good cook cook if a good cook could cook cookies? How many cookies could a good cook cook if a good cook could cook cookies? In the following 2 exercises, we'll practice the 2 vowel sounds separately. Exercise 8-10, Booker Woolsey's Cookbook. Repeat after me. Booker Woolsey was a good cook. One day he took a good look at his full schedule and decided that he could write a good cookbook. He knew that he could and thought that he should, but he wasn't sure that he ever would. Once he had made up his mind, he stood up, pulled up a table, took a cushion, and put it on a bushel basket of sugar in the kitchen nook. He shook out his writing hand and put his mind to creating a good cookbook. Exercise 8:11. A true fool. Repeat after me. A true fool will choose to drool in a pool to stay cool. Who knew that such fools were in the schools? Used tools and flew balloons. Lou knew, and now you do too. Intonation and attitude. There are certain sounds in any language that are considered nonsense syllables, yet impart a large amount of information to the informed listener. Each language has a different set of these sounds, such as étonné in Japanese, in Spanish, in French, and in English. In this particular case, these are the sounds that a native speaker makes when he's thinking out loud, holding the floor, but not yet committing to actually speaking. Exercise 8:12. Nonverbal intonation. The top 8 are the most common non-word communication sounds. They can all be nasalized or not, and said with the mouth open or closed. Intonation is the most important factor here. Repeat after me. 1. Uh-oh. 2. Uh-huh. 3. Uh-uh. 4. 5. 6. 7. Ah. 8. Aha. A. Uh-huh. B. Uh-huh. C. Uh-huh. D. Uh-uh. E. Uh-uh. F. Uh-uh. Chapter 9. V is in victory. When pronounced correctly, V shouldn't stand out too much. Its sound, although noticeable, is small. As a result, people, depending on their native language, sometimes confuse V with B, Spanish and Japanese, with F, German, or with W, Chinese and Hindi. These 4 sounds are not at all interchangeable. The W is a semivowel and there is no friction or contact. The B, like P, uses both lips and has a slight pop. Americans tend to have a strong popping P. You can check your pronunciation by holding a match, a sheet of paper, or just your hand in front of your mouth. If the flame goes out, the paper wavers, or you feel a distinct puff of air on your hand, you've said P, not B. B is the voice pair of P. Although F and V are in exactly the same position, F is a hiss and V is a buzz. The V is the voiced pair of F, as you saw in Chapter 2. When you say F, it's as if you're whispering. So for V, say F and then simply add some voice to it, which is the whole difference between fairy and very, as you'll hear in our next exercise. The F too presents problems to Japanese who say an H sound. To pronounce F, the lower lip raises up and the inside of the lip very lightly touches the outside of the upper teeth and you make a slight hissing sound. Don't bite the outside of your lip at all. Exercise 9:1. Mind your V's. Repeat the following words and sounds after me, first down and then across. Perry, pat, paw, pig, prayed, poi, pull, purr. Berry, bat, ball, big, braid, boy, bull, burr. Fairy, fat, fall, fig, frayed, foil, full, fur. Very, vat, vault, vim, avoid, verb. Wary, wax, wall, wig, wade, wool, whir. Across. Perry, berry, fairy, very, wary. Pat, bat, fat, vat, wax. Paul, ball, fall, vault, wall. Pig, big, fig, vim, wig. Prayed, braid, frayed, wade. Poi, boy, foil, avoid. Pull, bull, full, wool. Purr, burr, fur, verb, whir. Exercise 9:2. The vile VIP. Repeat after me, focusing on V and W. When revising his visitor's version of a plan for a very well-paved avenue, the VIP was advised to reveal none of his motives. Eventually, however, the hapless visitor discovered his knavish views and confided that it was vital to review the plans together to avoid a conflict. The VIP was not convinced and averred that he would have it vetoed by the vice president. This quite vexed the visitor, who then vowed to invent an indestructible paving compound in order to avenge his good name. The VIP found himself on the verge of a civil war with a visitor with whom he had previously conversed easily. It was only due to his insufferable vanity that the inevitable division arrived as soon as it did. Never again did the visitor converse with the vain VIP, and they remained divided forever. Exercise 9.3. Finding V sounds. Underline the 5 V sounds in this paragraph. The first one is marked for you. Don't forget of. Chapter 10. S or Z. The sound of the letter S is S, only if it follows an unvoiced consonant. Otherwise, it becomes a Z in disguise. When an S follows a vowel, a voiced consonant, or another S, it turns into a Z. The following exercise will let you hear and practice S with its dual sound. There are many more Z sounds in English than S sounds. Exercise 10.1. When S becomes Z. Under contrast in the list that follows, notice how the voiced word is drawn out, and then repeat the word after me. Both voiced and unvoiced diphthongs have the underlying structure of the tone shift or the double stair step, but the shift is much larger for the voiced ones. 1. Price, prize. 2. Piece, peas. 3. Place, plays. 4. Ice, eyes. 5. Hiss, his. 6. Close, to close. 7. Use, to use. 8. Rice, rise. 9. Pace, pays. 10. Lacy, lazy. 11. Thirsty, Thursday. 12. Bus, buzz. 13. Dust, does. 14. Face, phase. 15. Sue, zoo. 16. Loose, lose. Exercise 10.2. A surly sergeant socked an insolent sailor. Repeat the S sounds in the paragraph below. Sam, a surly sergeant from Cisco, Texas, saw a sailor sit silently on a small seat reserved for youngsters. He stayed for several minutes while tots swarmed around. Sam asked the sailor to cease and desist, but he sneered in his face. Sam was so incensed that he considered it sufficient incentive to sock the sailor. The sailor stood there for a second, astonished, and then strolled away. Sam was perplexed but satisfied, and the tots scampered like ants over to the seesaw. Exercise 10.3. All's well that ends well. Repeat the Z sounds in the paragraph below. A lazy Thursday at the zoo found the zebras grazing on zinnias, posing for pictures, and teasing the zookeeper, whose nose was bronzed by the sun. The biggest zebra's name was Zachary, but his friends called him Zach. Zach was a confusing zebra whose zeal for reason caused his cousins, who were naturally unreasoning, to pause in their conversations. While they browsed, he philosophized. As they grazed, he practiced Zen. Because they were Zach's cousins, the zebras said nothing, but they wished he would muzzle himself at times. Exercise 10-4. Voiced and unvoiced endings in the past tense. The following will explain the differences between four expressions that are similar in appearance but different in both meaning and pronunciation. Exercise 10-5. Finding S and Z sounds. Go through the paragraph and underline all of the S sounds. The first, accent, is marked for you. Next, circle all the Z sounds no matter how the word is written. Exercise 10-6. Application steps with S and Z. Build up the following sentence, adding each aspect one at a time. Always be a little kinder than necessary. Exercise 10-7. Your own application steps with S and Z. Write your own sentence, then build it up, adding each aspect one at a time. Chapter 11. Tense and lax vowels. In this chapter, we tackle tense and lax vowels. This is the difference between A, tense, and lax, E, tense, and lax. We'll start with tense vowels. Exercise 11-1. Tense vowels. Don't pay attention to spelling or meaning. Just remember, if you're in the ah column, they all have the same ah sound. Repeat. 1. Ah, out, ought, I'd, ate, eat, ooze, own. 2. Bat, about, bought, bite, bait, beat, boot, boat. 3. Cat, couch, caught, kite, cane, keys, cool, coat. 4. Chat, chowder, chalk, child, chair, cheer, choose, chose. 5. Dad, doubt, dot, dial, date, deed, do, don't. 6. Fat, found, fought, fight, fate, feet, food, phone. 7. Fallow, fountain, fall, file, fail, feel, fool, foal. 8. Gas, gown, got, kite, gate, gear, ghoul, go. 9. Hat, how, hot, height, hate, heat, hoot, hope. 10. Hal, howl, haul, heil, hail, heel, hool, hole. 11. Jack, jowl, jock, giant, jail, jeep, jewel, joel. 12. Crab, crowd, crawl, crime, crate, creep, cruel, crow. 13. Last, loud, lost, line, late, lee, loo, low. 14. Mat, mountain, mop, might, mate, mean, moon, moan. 15. Nat, now, not, night, Nate, neat, noon, note. 16. Pal, pound, Paul, pile, pale, peel, pool, pole. 17. Rat, round, rot, right, rate, reel, rule, roll. 18. Sat, sound, soft, sight, sail, seal, sue, soul. 19. Shall, shower, shawl, shine, shade, she, shoe, show. 20. Slap, slouch, slop, slide, slade, sleep, slew, slow. 21. Stag, stout, stop, style, stale, steal, stool, stole. 22. Strap, stroud, straw, stride, straight, stream, strew, stroll. 23. Tap, town, top, type, tape, team, tool, told. 24. That, thou, thar, thine, they, these, though. 25. Thang, thousand, thought, thigh, thane, thief, throw. 26. Van, vow, volume, viper, vein, veal, voodoo, vote. 27. Wax, wow, wash, wipe, wane, wheel, woo, woe. 28. Yank, yow, yawn, yikes, yale, year, you, yo. 29. Zap, zowie, zombie, xylophone, zany, zebra, zoo, zo. Exercise 11-2. Tense vowels practice paragraph. Go through the subsequent paragraph and mark all the tense vowels, starting with A. There are 12 here. The first one is name, not nem. The first E sound of 14 is the American. The same 5 A sounds can be found as in exercise 3-2 on page 74, plus the ow of sound. Pause the CD to do the marking. Check your answer in the answer key beginning on page 193. Exercise 11-3, lax vowels. As we saw in chapter 8, these are the lax vowels. Exercise 11-4, lax vowels practice paragraph. Again, go over this paragraph and mark the lax vowels, starting with eh. The first one, of about 12 possible, is in hello or American. The first I sound, of 9 to 22, may be found in is. The numbers are approximations because you may have already reduced the eh of hello and the I of is into schwas. Pause the CD to do the marking. Check your answer in the answer key beginning on page 193. Exercise 11-5. Take a high-tech tack. Repeat the following paragraph in words after me. Say, Ray, take a tack. A high-tack tack? No, Ray, a high-tech tack. 8 high-tech tacks. Take 'em. Then find a way to make a place for the tacks on the daybed. Hey, you lay the tacks on the paper placemat on the table. Not on the daybed, Ray. At your age, why do you always make the same mistakes? Late, lack, let. Take, tack, tech. Mate, mat, met. Hail, hal, hell. Fate, fat, fetch. Cane, can, ken. Exercise 11-6. Pick a peak. Repeat the following paragraph in words after me. Bold-faced elements represent the E sound. The I is only marked with underscoring. People who pick peaks weekly seem to need to appear deep in order to be distinguished from mere pea pickers. Peter, a champion peak picker, thought he'd be even neater if he were the deepest peak picker in Peoria, Phoenix, and New Zealand. On his peak picking week, though, Peter, a peak picker's peak picker, realized that he was not deep. This is not easy for a peak picker to admit, and it pitched Peter into a pit of peak picking despair. He was pitiful for 3 weeks, and then lifted himself to hitherto unrevealed personal peaks. Eat, it. Sheep, ship. Seat, sit. Neat, knit. Feet, fit. Sleep, slip. Grammar in a bigger nutshell. In Chapter 1, we studied compound nouns and complex verb tenses. Now we're going to put them together and practice the intonation of some complicated sentences. Exercise 11-7, Compound Nouns and Complex Verbs. No matter how complex the verb gets, remember to follow the basic dogs eat bones intonation where you stress the nouns. For the noun intonation, stick with the basic set phrase or description rule. Let's build up one complex noun for the subject and another one for the object, starting with the millionaires were impressed by the equipment. The millionaires. The elderly millionaires. The elderly Texas millionaires. The two elderly Texas millionaires. The equipment. Eavesdropping equipment. Electronic eavesdropping equipment. Sophisticated electronic eavesdropping equipment. 1. The two elderly Texas millionaires are impressed by the sophisticated electronic eavesdropping equipment. 2. The two elderly Texas millionaires were impressed by the sophisticated electronic eavesdropping equipment. 3. At the moment, the two elderly Texas millionaires are being impressed by the sophisticated electronic eavesdropping equipment. 4. The two elderly Texas millionaires will be impressed by the sophisticated electronic eavesdropping equipment. 5. The two elderly Texas millionaires would be impressed by the sophisticated electronic eavesdropping equipment if there were more practical applications for it. 6. The two elderly Texas millionaires would have been impressed by the sophisticated electronic eavesdropping equipment if there had been more practical applications for it. 7. The two elderly Texas millionaires that have been so impressed by the sophisticated electronic eavesdropping equipment are now researching a new program. 8. The two elderly Texas millionaires have been impressed by the sophisticated electronic eavesdropping equipment for a long time now. 9. The two elderly Texas millionaires had been impressed by the sophisticated electronic eavesdropping equipment long before the burglary was thwarted. 10. The two elderly Texas millionaires will have been thoroughly impressed by the sophisticated electronic eavesdropping equipment by the time I've done my presentation. 11. The two elderly Texas millionaires ought to be impressed by the sophisticated electronic eavesdropping equipment. 12. The two elderly Texas millionaires should be impressed by the sophisticated electronic eavesdropping equipment. 13. The two elderly Texas millionaires shouldn't be too impressed by the sophisticated electronic eavesdropping equipment. 14. The two elderly Texas millionaires should have been impressed by the sophisticated electronic eavesdropping equipment. 15. Given the circumstances, the two elderly Texas millionaires shouldn't have been that impressed by the sophisticated electronic eavesdropping equipment. 16. We think that the two elderly Texas millionaires could easily be impressed by the sophisticated electronic eavesdropping equipment. 17. No matter what we did, the two elderly Texas millionaires couldn't be impressed by even the most sophisticated electronic eavesdropping equipment. 18. The two elderly Texas millionaires could have been impressed by the sophisticated electronic eavesdropping equipment, but we're not sure. 19. The two elderly Texas millionaires couldn't have been impressed by the sophisticated electronic eavesdropping equipment because they left after 5 minutes. 20. The two elderly Texas millionaires might be impressed by the sophisticated electronic eavesdropping equipment this time around. 21. The two elderly Texas millionaires might have been impressed by the sophisticated electronic eavesdropping equipment, but they gave no indication one way or the other. 22. The two elderly Texas millionaires must be impressed by the sophisticated electronic eavesdropping equipment because they're considering a huge order. 23. The two elderly Texas millionaires must have been impressed by the sophisticated electronic eavesdropping equipment because they ordered so much of it. 24. The two elderly Texas millionaires can be impressed by the sophisticated electronic eavesdropping equipment because they don't know much about surveillance. 25. The two elderly Texas millionaires can't be impressed by the sophisticated electronic eavesdropping equipment because they invented most of the state-of-the-art technology currently available. Exercise 11.8. Your own compound nouns. Pause the CD and build up your own compound nouns, both subject and object. Exercise 11.9. Your compound nouns and complex verbs. Using your compound nouns from Exercise 11.8, choose a verb and put it through all the changes. Remember that it helps to have a verb that starts with a vowel. Add explanatory words to round out the sentence, complete the thought, and support the verb. Exercise 11.10, Practical Application, U.S.-Japan Trade Friction. Listen to the following excerpt and compare the two versions. 40 years after the end of World War II, Japan and the U.S. are again engaged in conflict. Trade frictions, which began as minor irritants in an otherwise smooth relationship in the 1960s, have gradually escalated over the years. The conflict is more dangerous than it appears because its real nature is partially hidden. It masquerades as a banal and sometimes grubby dispute over widgets, with the stakes being whether American or Japanese big business makes more money. In truth, the issue is strategic and geopolitical in nature. Japan is once again challenging the U.S., only this time the issue is not China or the Pacific, but world industrial and technological leadership and the military and economic powers which have always been its corollaries. Exercise 11.12. Presidential Candidates Debate.
The president tomorrow night is expected in his State of the Union message to propose federal subsidies to help low-income families overcome the so-called digital divide. Is it an appropriate use of government funds to hand out computers and provide internet access to those who can't afford it? And if not, why not? We'll begin with Mr. Keyes.
I think this is another case where politicians try to jump on the bandwagon of something that's going on in the economy, so everybody's going to think that they actually had something to do with the result when they don't. There is no need for this. We are already seeing out there proposals for the distribution of free PCs, not based on some politician making a judgment and spending taxpayer money, but based on the self-interest of those who are involved in a new world in which participation is the key to profit, and in which there is actually a strong incentive among those who participate in the private sector to give access to individuals so that they can improve their opportunities for profit, for information sharing. That's what has already been going on. It will continue. There is no need for the government to pretend that it needs to take leadership here. I think that's just political posturing.
Senator McCain.
I believe that we do have a problem, and that is that there's a growing gap between the haves and the have-nots in America, those that are able to take part in this information technology and those that haven't. We took a major step forward when we decided to wire every school and library in America to the internet. That's a good program. We have to have step 2, 3, and 4, which means good equipment, good teachers, and good classrooms. Now, I wouldn't do it directly, but there's lots of ways that you can encourage corporations who, in their own self-interest, would receive tax benefits, would receive credit, and many other ways for being involved in the schools and upgrading the quality of the equipment that they have, the quality of the students, and thereby providing a much-needed, well-trained workforce.
Thank you. Mr. Forbes.
Chapter 12, Nasal Consonants. We now turn to the three consonants whose sounds come out through the nose, M, N, and the NG combination. They each have one thing in common. Their sound is blocked in the mouth in one of three locations. Two of them, N and G, you can't even see, as with R, so they're hard to pick up on. Is the easiest and most obvious. Like B, the lips come together, the air can't get out, so it has to come through the nose. N is in a position similar to T, but it can't be at all tense. It has to be completely relaxed, filling the whole mouth, touching the insides of all the teeth, leaving no room for the air to escape except by the nose. Is back in the throat with G. The back of the tongue presses back, and again, the air comes out through the nose. Exercise 12.1, Nasal Consonants. We're going to contrast nasals with regular consonant sounds. Repeat after me. Me, bee, llama, lobber, rom, rob. Knees, deals, lana, lauder, ron, rod. long eels, geese, longer, logger, wrong, log. Exercise 12-2, ending nasal consonants. Here we'll focus on the final sounds. Repeat after me. Rum, run, rung. Some, sun, sung. Bum, bun, bung. Tum, ton, tongue. Dumb, done, dung. Psalm, son, song. Exercise 12-3, reading nasal consonant sounds. We'll read the following paragraph. Repeat after me. The young King Kong can sing along on anything in the kingdom as long as he can bring a strong ringing to the changing songs. He can only train on June mornings when there's a full moon. But June lends itself to singing like nothing else. Ding Dong, on the other hand, is not a singer. He cannot sing for anything. He's a man often seen on the green lawn on the Boston Open, where no one ever sings. Exercise 12-4, finding N and NG sounds. Pause the CD and find and mark the final N and NG sounds. Chapter 13, throaty consonants. There are 5 consonant sounds that are produced in the throat. H, k, g, r. Because R can be considered a consonant, its sound is included here. For pronunciation purposes, however, elsewhere this book treats it as a semivowel. Exercise 13-1, throaty consonants. Here we'll read across the list of initial, middle, and final consonants. Ha, reheat, hood, in half, heel, unhinge, hat, unheard of, caw, accident, rink, could, accent, rack, keel, include, cork, cat, actor, block, gaw, regale, rug, good, ingrate, hog, geese, agree, big, gat, organ, log, Long Island, Bronx, wrong, a long wait, inky, daring, dang you, larynx, averaging, being honest, English, clung, raw, error, rare, roof, arrow, air, real, mirror, injure, rat, carbon, prefer. Exercise 13-2, the letter X. The letter X can sound like either KS or GZ, depending on the letter that follows the X and where the stress falls. Excite, extra, exercise, experience, accept, execute, excellent, example, exist, exam, exert, examine, executive, exit, exactly. Exercise 13-3, reading the H, K, G, N, G, and R sounds. Repeat after me. H. Help, hissed the harried intern. We have to hurry. The half-wit who is hired to help her home hit her hard with the Honda. She didn't have a helmet on her head to protect her, so she has to have a checkup ahead of the others. K. The computer cursor careened across the screen, erasing key characters as it scrolled past. The technician was equally confused by the computer technology and the complicated keyboard, so he clicked off the computer, cleaned off his desk, accepted his paycheck, and caught a taxi cab for the airport. Destination Caracas. G. The Wizard of Og. There was a man named Og. Who was his best friend? Dog. Where did he live? Bog. What was his house made of? Log. Who was his neighbor? Frog. What did he drink? Eggnog. What did he do for fun? Jog. What's the weather in his swamp? Fog. NG. The stunning woman would not have a fling with the strong young flamingo trainer until she had a ring on her finger. He was angry because he longed for her. She inquired if he were hungry, but he hung his head in a funk. The flamingo trainer banged his fist on the fish tank and sang out, "Dang it, I'm sunk without you, punkin." She took in a long, slow lungful of air and sighed. R. War is horrible. During any war, terrible things occur. The result is painful memories and disfiguring scars for the very people needed to rebuild a war-torn country. The leaders of every country must learn that wars are never won, lives are always lost, and history is doomed to repeat itself unless we all decide to live in harmony with our brothers and sisters. Exercise 13.4, Glottal Consonant Practice Paragraph. Pause the CD and go through the paragraph and mark the H, K, G, N, G, and R sounds. Telephone tutoring. Final diagnostic analysis. After a year, you're ready for the final analysis. If you're studying on your own, please contact toll-free 1-800-457-4255 or AmericanAccent.com for a referral to a qualified telephone analyst. The diagnostic analysis is designed to evaluate your current speech patterns to let you know where your accent is standard and non-standard. Chapters 1 through 13. Review and expansion. Review exercise 1-1. Rubber band practice with nonsense syllables. 1. Blah, blah, blah. Blah, blah, blah. Blah, blah, blah. Blah, blah, blah. 2. Ding, ding, ding. Ding, ding, ding. Ding, ding, ding. Ding, ding, ding. A. Da, da, da. XYZ. 8, 9, 10. Cows give milk. B. Da, da, da. Unconcerned. He sells fish. We like Bob. C. Da, da, da. Including. He's selfish. I think so. D. Da, da, da. Educate. Softball game. Bring me some. Review exercise 1-2. Noun intonation. Cats eat fish. Boys like toys. Lou lost his mind. Gail earned a fortune. Betty grows tomatoes. Ed found a job. Max cut his finger. Mary flew a kite. Rick passed the test. Our car lost a wheel. Review exercise 1-3. Noun and pronoun intonation. Patrick speaks French. He speaks it. The neighbors sold their car. They sold it. The police chased the felon. They chased him. The housekeeper did some laundry. She did some. The architect and I designed a house. We designed one. Review exercise 1-4. Sentence intonation test. They took it. Mary had a baby. Louis talked on the phone. We forgot about it. She had one. Sam called him. The dogs howled at the moon. Did you order any? We noticed her. The books fell on the floor. Review exercise 1-6. Pitch and meaning change. He looks like Bob. He looks like Bob, but he's not. He knows Bob, but he doesn't trust him. He can't trust him. He can't do it. Review exercise 1-7. Individual practice. 1. Convey the information that it is Bob. He looks like Bob. 2. Convey the opinion that he only resembles Bob. He looks like Bob, but he's not. 3. Convey the different feelings that someone has about Bob. He knows Bob, but he doesn't trust him. 4. Convey the fact that trust is a problem with Bob. He can't trust him. Review exercise 1-8. Meaning of pretty, sorta, kinda, and little. How was it? 1. It was pretty expensive. It was pretty expensive. 2. It was sort of funny. It was sort of funny. 3. It was kind of rude. It was kind of rude. 4. It was a little late. It was a little late. Review exercise 1-9. Inflection. 1. Her boyfriend almost never sends her flowers, but mine does. 2. Her boyfriend almost never sends her flowers, but her sisters always do. 3. Her boyfriend almost never sends her flowers, but every once in a while he does. 4. Her boyfriend almost never sends her flowers, no matter what. 5. Her boyfriend almost never sends her flowers, but he planted a lot in her garden. 6. Her boyfriend almost never sends her flowers, but he never forgets Mother's Day. 7. Her boyfriend almost never sends her flowers, but he showers her with other gifts. Review exercise 1-10, individual practice. 1. Indicate that her boyfriend prefers live plants to cut ones. Her boyfriend almost never sends her flowers, but he planted a lot in her garden. 2. Indicate that her sisters are attentive to her horticultural needs. Her boyfriend almost never sends her flowers, but her sisters always do. 3. Indicate that her boyfriend gives her non-floral presents. Her boyfriend almost never sends her flowers, but he showers her with other gifts. 4. Indicate that my boyfriend is good in the flower department. Her boyfriend almost never sends her flowers, but mine does. 5. Indicate that it is a true rarity for her boyfriend to send flowers. Her boyfriend almost never sends her flowers, no matter what. 6. Indicate that there is actually a slim chance that he might send flowers. Her boyfriend almost never sends her flowers, but every once in a while he does. 7. Indicate that her boyfriend remembers to send flowers to his mother. Her boyfriend almost never sends her flowers, but he never forgets Mother's Day. Review exercise 111, translation. Pause the CD and translate, "Her boyfriend almost never sends her flowers," into your native language. Review exercise 112. Create your own intonation contrast. Normal intonation, changed intonation. Review exercise 113. Variable stress. How do you know? How do you know? How do you know? How do you know? Review exercise 114. Make a variable stress sentence. Review exercise 115. Application of stress. Review exercise 17. Staircase intonation practice. On a separate piece of paper, draw a staircase and put each word where it belongs. Review exercise 118. Reading with staircase intonation. Review exercise 119. Spelling and numbers. CEO, ATM, IRS, BMW, JFK, M&M. Catch, CATCH, Nate, NATE. Area code 213. Zip code 90291. Date 9/15/88. Review exercise 120. Sound meaning shifts. Icy, I see. Achy, a key. History, his tree. Interest, intrust. Orange, arrange. Eunuch, unique. Attic, a tick. Comedy, committee. Paradise, paradise. Selfish, selfish. Underwear, underwear. Ambulance, unbalanced. Review exercise 121. Squeezed out syllables. Actually, business, comfortable, different, every, favorite, family, vegetable, finally, general, interest, natural, orange, probably, separate, several. Review exercise 122. Syllable patterns. La, cat. La, dog. La la, a dog. La la, hot dog. La la la, Bob's hot dog. La la la, a hot dog. La la la, a hot dog. La la la, hot dog stand. La 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 la, Spot's a hot dog. La 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 la, it's a hot dog. La 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 la, Bob likes hot dogs. La 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 la, it's my hot dog. La 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 la, a hot dog stand. La 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 la, lighthouse keeper. Review exercise 123. Syllable count test. Confront, detail, a blind date, my date book, consequence, consequential. Will needs a car. He likes red ones. He bought me one. It's very nice. Jim likes hot rods. Lake, days. It's your birthday? European, with dignity. Popcorn machine, a mortarboard. Robin redbreast. Telescope, telescopic. Review exercise 124. Single word phrases. It's a cat. It's black. It's an egg. It's scrambled. It's a car. It's fast. Review exercise 125. Sentence stress with descriptive phrases. It's black. It's a black cat. It's scrambled. It's a scrambled egg. It's fast. It's a fast car. Review exercise 126. 2 types of descriptive phrases. It's a black cat. It's dark black. It's a scrambled egg. It's totally scrambled. It's a fast car. It's too fast. Exercise 127. Descriptive phrase story. Snow White and the 7 Dwarfs. Snow White was a beautiful princess. On the castle wall, there was an enchanted mirror owned by an old woman, a wicked witch. Mirror, mirror on the wall, who's the fairest of them all? When the mirror answered Snow White, the young girl was banished from her glorious castle to live in the dark woods. She met 7 dwarves, and they lived in a small hut. The evil witch tried to kill the poor girl with a poisoned apple, but she was saved by a handsome prince. They had a beautiful wedding and lived happily ever after. Review exercise 128. Sentence stress with set phrases. It's a cat. It's wild. It's a wild cat. It's an egg. It's a timer. It's an egg timer. It's a car. It's a crash. It's a car crash. Review exercise 129. Making set phrases. A boxcar. A babysitter. A palm tree. A crab cake. A cup. A bottle opener. Review exercise 130. Set phrase story. Our mailman. Our mailman loves junk food. At dinner time, he has potato chips and a hot dog. He puts some soy sauce on his eggplant, but it gives him a stomach ache. For dessert, he has a watermelon, a grapefruit, and some ice cream. Afterwards, he leaves the dinner table and goes to the bookshelf in his bedroom. He takes down a notebook and does his homework. He puts a clean pillowcase on his pillow, covers up with the bedspread, and goes to dreamland. Review exercise 131. Contrasting descriptive and set phrases. It's a black cat. It's a wild cat. It's a scrambled egg. It's an egg timer. It's a fast car. It's a car crash. Review exercise 132. 2-word stress. A rocky garden. A rock garden. A gilded cage. A bird cage. Melted butter. A butter knife. Tomato soup. Tomato sauce. A baby goat. A scapegoat. Review exercise 133. Nationality intonation quiz. A French guy. A French restaurant. French food. A French fry. French toast. A French horn. French Canadian. A French teacher. A French door. Review exercise 134. Contrasting descriptive and set phrases. A French teacher teaches French. A French teacher is from France. A French book teaches the French language. A French book is on any subject but it came from France. French food is croissants for breakfast. A French restaurant serves croissants for breakfast. Review exercise 135. Contrast of compound nouns. A dark room. A dark room. An antique shop. An antique dealer. An antique chair. A new video. The video store. A coffee table. Hot coffee. A coffee pot. A chemistry set. A chemical reaction. A sixth sense. 6 cents. A sixth grader. The sixth grade. Long hair. A hairdresser. A haircut. The wrong station. A police station. A radio station. Orange juice. A guitar case. An electric guitar. Trick photography. A photo op. A wedding ceremony. A beautiful ceremony. A wedding cake. Review exercise 136. Description and set phrase test. Mark the intonation and then repeat after me. The school kids took the subway downtown for their field trip on urban living. Our local sheriff had a bumper sticker on his back bumper. The homeowners thought they had to pay property taxes to the federal government. There were small tremblers after the earthquake in San Francisco. The geology club went on a camping trip to Mount Hood. The awards ceremony at the Hilton Hotel lasted for 2 hours. Bob Smith took his surfboard out on a stormy day near Diamond Head. The Boy Scouts pitched their pup tents on the mountaintop in the pouring rain. It's a little late to ask the babysitter to stay overnight. The sixth graders were reading comic books and drinking chocolate milk. Review exercise 138. Consistent noun stress and changing verb tenses. 1. The floods erode the mountains. 2. The floods eroded the mountains. 3. The floods are eroding the mountains. 4. The floods will erode the mountains. 5. The floods that erode the mountains. 6. The floods that have eroded the mountains. 7. The floods that have eroded the mountains. 8. The floods have eroded the mountains. 9. The floods that eroded the mountains. 10. The floods that have eroded the mountains. 11. The floods that erode the mountains. 12. The floods should erode the mountains. 13. The floods shouldn't erode the mountains. 14. The floods should have eroded the mountains. 15. The floods shouldn't have eroded the mountains. 16. The floods could erode the mountains. 17. The floods couldn't erode the mountains. 18. The floods could have eroded the mountains. 19. The floods couldn't have eroded the mountains. 20. The floods might erode the mountains. 21. The floods might have eroded the mountains. 22. The floods must erode the mountains. 23. The floods must have eroded the mountains. 24. The floods can erode the mountains. 25. The floods can't erode the mountains. Review exercise 139. Consistent pronoun stress and changing verb tenses. 1. It erodes 'em. 2. It eroded 'em. 3. It's eroding 'em. 4. It'll erode 'em if it keeps up. 5. It'd erode 'em if it kept up. 6. It'd have eroded 'em if it kept up. 7. The one that's eroded 'em is quite old. 8. It's eroded 'em for eons. 9. It had eroded 'em before the last ice age. 10. It'll have eroded 'em by the end of the millennium. 11. It oughta erode 'em. 12. It should erode 'em. 13. It shouldn't erode 'em. 14. It should have eroded 'em. 15. It shouldn't have eroded 'em. 16. It could erode 'em. 17. It couldn't erode 'em. 18. It could have eroded 'em. 19. It couldn't have eroded 'em. 20. It might erode 'em. 21. It might have eroded 'em. 22. It must erode 'em. 23. It must have eroded 'em. 24. It can erode 'em. 25. It can't erode 'em. Review exercise 140. Intonation in your own sentence. On a separate piece of paper, write the exercise as on pages 38 and 40. Review exercise 141. Supporting words. 1. The floods erode the mountains every day. 2. The floods eroded the mountains for centuries. 3. The floods are eroding the mountains right now. 4. The floods will erode the mountains if this keeps up. 5. The floods would erode the mountains if this kept up. 6. The floods would have eroded the mountains if it kept up. 7. The floods that have eroded the mountains are over. 8. The floods have eroded the mountains over the years. 9. The floods had already eroded the mountains before the last ice age. 10. The floods will have totally eroded the mountains by the next ice age. Review exercise 142, contrast practice. 5. The floods that erode the mountains. 9. The floods that eroded the mountains. 6. The floods that have eroded the mountains. 7. The floods that have eroded the mountains. 4. The floods that erode the mountains. 5. The floods that erode the mountains. 6. The floods that have eroded the mountains. 8. The floods have eroded the mountains. 9. The floods that eroded the mountains. 10. The floods that have eroded the mountains. 5. The floods that erode the mountains. 11. The floods ought to erode the mountains. 24. The floods can erode the mountains. 25. The floods can't erode the mountains. Review exercise 143. Yes, you can, or no, you can't. I can tell you. I can't tell you. I can tell you. I can't tell you. Review exercise 144. Building an intonation sentence. I saw him. I saw him again. I saw him at work again. I think I saw him at work again. I really think I saw him at work again. I really think I saw him at work again in the yard. I really think I saw him at work again in the yard behind the house. Review exercise 145. Building your own intonation sentences. On a separate piece of paper, build up your own sentences. Review exercise 146. Regular transitions of nouns and verbs. An accent, to accent. A contract, to contract. An insert, to insert. An object, to object. Progress, to progress. Review exercise 147. Regular transitions of adjectives and verbs. Alternate, to alternate. Estimate, to estimate. Separate, to separate. Review exercise 148. regular transitions of adjectives and verbs. Mark the intonation and then repeat after me. Would you please alternate seats with the other alternate? They signed a contract in order to contract their services. Who could object to progress? The unidentified flying object progressed slowly across the night sky. We need a written estimate in order to estimate the payment. Review exercise 151, extended listening practice. Repeat after me, starting from the right, and fill in the blanks. 1. Writ. Ver. Do. Ge. Duh. Ga. Keys. Thing. We. 2. Dit. Cre. Na. Lie. Da. Ge. Da. How. No. One. Ni. Ze. Da. 3. Net. Ner. Ye. Thee. Use. Da. How. One. Show. Da. Try. Should. They. Review exercise 153. Reduce sounds. The president hoped to veto the bill. Deposit it to my account, please. Their boss told him to wait. The coach showed us how to pitch. Everyone stared at the mess. Stay at my house for a while. Jim looked at his watch impatiently. He's at his brother's. They said it took too long. Do you think it turned out? Let's keep it in perspective. Can we keep it for another day? This'll do for now. The students all worked for hours. We learned it from the coach. The tourists came from all over. We made it just in time. The place was in an uproar. It was an odd remark. He's an open book to me. Everyone sat and chatted for a while. It was getting later and later. We had 2 or 3 options. No one could see or hear anything. The neighbors are complaining again. Whose shoes are these? The door's on your left. Are you on your way yet? There's another one later. One of them is outside. The other one's in here. Did he pass the test? Let's take a cab. What's the tallest building in America? Would you like a piece of pie? They'll be gone for a couple of weeks. Do you think you can do it? Can you believe it? We think he'd never done it before. They'd always done it that way. Why would he tell her? I don't know if he'd agree. Who was on the phone? The drummer was off beat. Let's see what he wants. Who knows what it is? Some of it got in my eyes. Somebody took my place. Review exercise 154. Intonation and pronunciation of that. The grapes that he bought were sweet. We hope that you'll be there. Don't do that. I know that you'll like that car that you bought. Review exercise 155. Crossing out reduced sounds. Review exercise 156. Reading reduced sounds. Think the United Auto Workers can beat Caterpillar Incorporated in their bitter contract battle? Before placing your bets, talk to Paul Brannon, who can't wait to cross the picket line at Caterpillar's factory in East Peoria. Brannon, recently laid off by a rubber parts plant, where he earned base pay of $6.30 an hour, lives 1 block from a heavily picketed gate at the cat complex. Now he's applying to replace one of 12,600 workers who have been on strike for the past 5 months. $17 an hour and they don't want to work? Asked Brannon. I don't want to take another guy's job, but I'm hurting too. Review exercise 157. Phrasing. Birds lay eggs. As we all know, birds lay eggs. Birds lay eggs, build nests, and hunt for food. Do birds lay eggs? Do birds lay eggs? Birds lay eggs, don't they? Birds lay eggs, don't they? He asked if birds laid eggs. Do birds lay eggs? They inquired. Exercise 160. Tag endings. There's none left, is there? That was fun, wasn't it? You don't have a clue, do you? He wouldn't forget, would he? They can do it over, can't they? She had to do it, didn't she? She'd rather do it, wouldn't she? She'd better do it, hadn't she? She'd never do it, would she? She'd never done it, had she? Review exercise 2-1, spelling and pronunciation. Buddy. But he forgot. He said okay, but he forgot. He said okay, but he forgot. Review exercise 213, practicing liaisons. Think the United Auto Workers can beat Caterpillar Incorporated in their bitter contract battle? Before placing your bets, talk to Paul Brannon, who can't wait to cross the picket line at Caterpillar's factory in East Peoria. Brannon, recently laid off by a rubber parts plant, where he earned base pay of $6.30 an hour, lives 1 block from a heavily picketed gate at the cat complex. Now he's applying to replace one of 12,600 workers who have been on strike for the past 5 months. $17 an hour? And they don't want to work? Asked Brannon. I don't want to take another guy's job, but I'm hurting too. Review exercise 3-1, word by word and in a sentence. That. We think that we can get there in time. Than. It's harder than she thought. As. It was as flat as a pancake. At. We jumped at the chance. And. The speaker went on and on. Have. How have you been? Had. I wish we'd been there. Can. Let me know if you can be there. Review exercise 3-3, vowel sound differentiation. 1. Ask, often, under, over, April, ever. 2. Back, ball, bunch, both, baby, bend. 3. Cap, cop, cup, cope, cape, kept. 4. Dash, dot, does, don't, date, desk. 5. Fast, fall, fun, photo, fail, fell. Review exercise 3-5. Reading the ah sound. Fast dancing Nancy. We plan to have a dance on the last Saturday in January. It's the last chance for a dance. We practice at a dance class with Max and Nancy. Max dances fast, but Nancy dances best. We're happy about the dance, but Max is sad that Sally can't dance. Her ankle is in a cast. Review exercise 3-6. Reading the ah sound. Paul's tall daughter. Tom watches Paul's tall daughter play softball and volleyball. Paul's daughter is called Molly. Molly starts playing softball in March and ends in August. She plays volleyball in October. Tom is Molly's godfather. They have a lot in common. Tom bought Molly a ball. When Molly saw the ball, she tossed it in the air. Thanks a lot, Tom. Review exercise 3-7. Reading the sound. Sunday and Monday. Monday is such a wonderful day, but Sunday is much more wonderful than Monday. We have so much fun on Sunday, and we must run on Monday. What trouble! Doug must run on Sunday and Monday. Doug has no fun. Review exercise 4-1, stressed and unstressed T. Paternal, pattern. Critique, critic. Review exercise 4-3, Rule 1, top of the staircase. Tell Tina's tailor to take 2 tucks in the top of Tim's trousers tomorrow. We try and try, but Todd still tells us to try harder. Terry had a tingling in her toes until the doctor took her temperature. Review exercise 4-4, Rule 2, middle of the staircase. What a totally naughty little daughter. Maddie got a little cottage in the city. Letty bought a lot of bottles for Katie. Review exercise 4-5, Rule 3, bottom of the staircase. Matt got to put Jim's pet rat back in the cage. Pat set the date with Kate. It's not what they went for. Review exercise 4-6, Rule 4, held T before N. Whitney saw lightning on the mountain. He was certainly a frightening accountant. That was a rotten way to shorten the curtain. Review exercise 4-7, Rule 5, the silent T. We had 20 interviews on May 22nd. They don't even want a percentage. We took advantage of the interruption. Review exercise 4-10, T combinations in context. But he said that it's okay. It's not what you want, but it's what you get. What a way to get what he wants. Review exercise 4-11, voiced and unvoiced sounds with T. Pa, pod, pot. Par, pard, part. Paul, palled, pult. Ba, bawd, bot. Bar, barred, bart. Ball, bald, balt. Review exercise 5-2. Sounds comparing L with TD and N. Lab, nab, tab, dab. Lot, not, tot, dot. Lie, night, tie, die. Ellie, any, Eddie. Collar, Connor, Cotter. Alley, Annie's, at ease. Bill, bin, bit, bid. Sill, sin, sit, sid. Bowl, bone, boat, bode. Review exercise 5-3. Final L with schwa. Bill, bull, pool. Bail, bell. Peel, buell, pearl. Review exercise 5-4. Many final L's. Bill, bull, pool, bail, bell, peel, buell, pearl. Review exercise 5-5. Liaise the L's. Column, visible. Review exercise 5-7. Silent L's. Would, could, should. Chalk, talk, walk. Already, always, almost. Review exercise 5-8. Hold your tongue. Let Larry's little lily leaf fall off. Review exercise 5-9. Bill and Ellie. Bill still calls Ellie all the time. He'll really be glad when she calls back, but it may be a while. He slowly dials the telephone for the 12th time. Trill, trill, trill. No luck. Well, Ellie will feel ill when Bill is in the hospital. He might fall from the windowsill. Ellie, hello, are you well? Saved by the bell. Review exercise 5-11. Final L practice. 1. Bull, ball, bowel, bell, bail, bowl, beel, bottle. 2. Pull, pawl, powell, pell, pail, pole, peel, poodle. 3. Full, fall, foul, fell, fail, foal, feel, fetal. Review exercise 5-12. A frontal lobotomy. I'd rather have a frontal lobotomy than a bottle in front of me, chortled the gentle little man. Or was it the little gentleman? But anyway, it'll take a battle to test his mettle. What'll he do to get a handle on the whole kit and caboodle? I don't want a medal, but what if he flies off the handle again? Out of luck, that's what. Review exercise 5-13. Speed reading. Repeat the paragraph from review exercise 155 as quickly as possible. Think the United Auto Workers can beat Caterpillar Incorporated in their bitter contract battle? Before placing your bets, talk to Paul Brannon, who can't wait to cross the picket line at Caterpillar's factory in East Peoria. Brannon, recently laid off by a rubber parts plant, where he earned base pay of $6.30 an hour, lives 1 block from a heavily picketed gate at the Cat Complex. Now he's applying to replace one of 12,600 workers who've been on strike for the past 5 months. $17 an hour and they don't want to work? Asked Brannon. I don't want to take another guy's job, but I'm hurting too. Review exercise 514. Tandem reading. Repeat the paragraph from review exercise 155 along with me. Think the United Auto Workers can beat Caterpillar Incorporated in their bitter contract battle? Before placing your bets, talk to Paul Brannon, who can't wait to cross the picket line at Caterpillar's factory in East Peoria. Brannon, recently laid off by a rubber parts plant where he earned base pay of $6.30 an hour, lives 1 block from a heavily picketed gate at the Cat Complex. Now he's applying to replace one of 12,600 workers who've been on strike for the past 5 months. $17 an hour and they don't want to work? Asked Brannon. I don't want to take another guy's job, but I'm hurting too. Review exercise 6-1. Our location practice. G, grr, Greg, grin, grand, gray, cray, care, core, corner, curl, girl, urban, her, earn, earth, world, were, word. Review exercise 6-2. Double vowel sounds with R. Ah, ha, hard. She, share. O, mo, more. E, he, here. Were, were. Review exercise 6-3. How to pronounce troublesome R's. 1. Were. 2. Word. 3. World. 4. War. 5. Where. Review exercise 6-4. Spignev's epsilon list. Embarrass. Paris. Character. Necessary. Any. Says. Vocabulary. Parallel. Said. Guarantee. Paragraph. Area. Review exercise 6-5. R combinations. 1. Earn, art, air, or, ear, hour. 2. Hurt, heart, hair, horse, here, hour. 3. Were, far, where, war, weir, power. Review exercise 6-6. Roy the rancher. Roy's car will arrive around 3 in the afternoon. Gary will rest before they ride around the ranch together in the Ford. Gary's a grape grower in Northern California, and Roy's a rancher in Southern California. They were friends in Paris at the Sorbonne for 4 years. Roy and Gary had an orange grove and an apple orchard in Barstow. But the oranges were horrible and the apple trees were worse. They roamed around Europe for several years until Gary's marriage. He married Sarah in Bakersfield and had 4 children. Rachel, Rudy, Randy, and Harry. Harry was a fairly rude boy, and he created rather a lot of trouble between Gary and Sarah. Gary ordered Harry to shape up or forget working in the yard for extra money. Harry said he was sorry, and the group became friends again. After a long separation, Gary heard from his friend Roy. Roy was driving through Fresno and wanted to get together with Gary's family. Everyone gathered around the fireplace to wait for Gary's old friend. Gary, Sarah, Rachel, Rudy, Randy, and Harry are sitting in a row near the garage. Roy's car will arrive around 3 in the afternoon. Review Exercise C, Modifying Descriptive Phrases. It's a black cat. It's a dark black cat. It's a scrambled egg. It's a totally scrambled egg. It's a fast car. It's a really fast car. Review Exercise D, Modifying Set Phrases. It's a wildcat. It's a fierce wildcat. It's an egg timer. It's a plastic egg timer. It's a car crash. It's a catastrophic car crash. Review Exercise E, 2- and 3-word set phrases. It's a wildcat. It's a wildcat preserve. It's an egg timer. It's an egg timer bell. It's a car crash. It's a car crash report. Review Exercise F, 3-word phrase summary. A dark black cat. A fierce wildcat. A wildcat preserve. A totally scrambled egg. A plastic egg timer. An egg timer bell. A really fast car. A catastrophic car crash. A car crash report. Review Exercise I, multiple modifiers with set phrases. It's a fierce wildcat. It's an astonishingly fierce wildcat. It's a plastic egg timer. It's an old plastic egg timer. It's a catastrophic car crash. It's a truly catastrophic car crash. Review Exercise J, compound intonation of numbers. How old is she? She's 13. She's 30. How long has it been? 13 years. 30 years. How old is she? She's 13 years old. She's 30 years old. Review Exercise K, modifying 3-word set phrases. It's a wildcat preserve. It's a new wildcat preserve. It's an egg timer bell. It's a loud egg timer bell. It's a car crash report. It's a graphic car crash report. Review Exercise L, 3-word phrase story. The Amazing Rock Soup. A tired young hiker was striding through the thick, dark forest when he came upon a gnarled old crone, standing before a small stone hut in a sunny little clearing. My poor old stomach is really very empty, he thought. I hope the old landlady can spare a little food. Sensing what he was about to say, she snapped, No, I have barely enough for myself. My good woman, he said, on the contrary, I'd like to cook you a sumptuously rich dinner of rock soup. She was naturally very suspicious, but she let him in. He boiled some clear, fresh water, added 3 clean rocks, and hung the dented old kettle in the old fireplace. He tasted the mysterious liquid concoction. This is truly very delicious, he declared. But it would be so much better with just one little vegetable. She begrudgingly gave him a small limp carrot and 2 dry onions. Yum, he said happily, but if only... Bit by bit, he cajoled the lonely housewife into making a savory stew pot. The 2 of them sat down, smiled at each other, and enjoyed a fabulous dinner together. Review exercise M. Building up to 5-word phrases. It's a house. It's old. It's really old. It's an old house. It's a really old house. It's a lighthouse. It's an old lighthouse. It's a really old lighthouse. He's a lighthouse keeper. He's an old lighthouse keeper. He's a really old lighthouse keeper. Review exercise 7-1. The thing. This is the thing that they told them about this Thursday. This thing or that thing? This thing. Actually, there are 2 of them. Both of these things were with the 3 other things there in the theater. They're worth $3,000. Ruth and her mother think that they're worth more than that, though, unless they break, and then they're worthless. Altogether worthless to them. That would bother Ruth's brother, mother, and father on their birthday, the 30th of this month. Ruth, Ethel, and Beth have a rule of thumb about birthdays, which is to stay together through thick and thin, whether it's worth it or not. And that's the thing. Review exercise 8-1. Comparing oo and Soon, book. Could, could. Should, should. Luke, look. Wooed, would. Tool, took. Review exercise 8-2. Lax vowels. Held, hill. Hook, hug. Her. Bet, bit. Book, but. Burn. Kept, kiss. Could, cut. Curt. Review exercise 4. Bit or beat, bid or bead. Beat, bead. Bit, bid. Seat, seed. Sit, sid. Heat, heed. Hit, hid. Review exercise 8-5. Tense and lax vowel exercise. Even, if. Even if it's raining, they'll go. Bean, bin. We've been growing beans. Deal, dill. You made a deal for dill pickles. Review exercise 8-6. Middle I list. Similar, animal, typical, chemistry, president, experiment, episode, security, beautiful, technical, ability, monitor. Review exercise 8-10. Paragraph. You could have pushed, you could have pulled. You should have pushed and pulled, by hook or by crook, to take a good look at that book. It stood a full foot tall, propped up on the cushion at the book nook. Now I'm all shook up, sugar. Review exercise 8-11. Paragraph. As a rule, you and Sue Woo are truly too cool. If only you knew how cool you two choose to be at school or at the movies. Lou Blue is cool on Tuesday, while perusing the newspaper for the truth about who flew the coop from the boot camp, including the lieutenant. Who knew the truth? Review exercise 9-1. Mind your V's. Peter picked a peck of pickled peppers. It's important to provide perfect principles for young people. Hopscotch, lollipops, hula hoops, and popsicles keep a little nipper happy. Laptop computers put payroll, payables, and spreadsheets at our fingertips. It's impossible to predict population patterns. Betty bought a bit of better butter. Ben believes Bill broke Bob's box. Billions of bagels are being baked in Brooklyn. Babies babble and blow bubbles. Bananas come from Cuba. What were the women doing in the woods? How would I know? When was Willie's worst weekend? Why would we wear warm wool? Where were we when we woke up? Fred forgot to fry fish on Friday. Few friends fail to fight. Freedom fighters fight for freedom. Only a fool feeds fugu to friends. Feel free to laugh if it's funny. It's evident that Vera was very valuable. Cliff Clavin was available for every version. The Navy revoked his visa for obvious reasons. Beavers give the environment very valuable dams. Caves leave me cold, but I love to dive. Review exercise 10-1, S or Z. Ice, eyes. Ace, A's. Fleece, fleas. Dust, does. Race, raise. Muscle, muzzle. Review exercise 10-2. Sally at the seashore. It's so silly to see Sally sell seashells at the seashore. Sally and her sister Sue can sell 76 apiece every Saturday and Sunday in August and September, but their price must decrease or their sales will sink. Review exercise 10-3. Z. Fuzzy Wuzzy. Fuzzy Wuzzy was a bear. Fuzzy Wuzzy had no hair. Fuzzy Wuzzy wasn't fuzzy, was he? Review exercise 11-1. Tense vowels. Ask, out, ought, I'm, ape, eel, oops, own, bake, about, boss, bike, bathe, bean, boost, both, camp, cow, cough, kind, case, keep, coop, code. Review exercise 11-3. Lax vowels. Wed, which, would, what, work. Bet, bit, book, but, burn. Kept, kiss, could, cut, curt. Review exercise 11-7. Compound nouns and complex verbs. 1. The wily old lighthouse keepers invent a highly lucrative money laundering scheme once a season. 2. The wily old lighthouse keepers invented a highly lucrative money laundering scheme last year. 3. The wily old lighthouse keepers are inventing a highly lucrative money laundering scheme again. 4. The wily old lighthouse keepers will invent a highly lucrative money laundering scheme if they aren't afraid of being caught and sent to prison. 5. The wily old lighthouse keepers would invent a highly lucrative money laundering scheme if they weren't afraid of being caught and sent to prison. 6. The wily old lighthouse keepers would have invented a highly lucrative money laundering scheme if they hadn't been afraid of being caught and sent to prison. 7. The wily old lighthouse keepers that have invented a highly lucrative money laundering scheme are languishing in Club Fed at the moment. 8. The wily old lighthouse keepers have invented a highly lucrative money laundering scheme for the 10th year in a row. 9. The wily old lighthouse keepers had invented a highly lucrative money laundering scheme long before multi-level marketing became popular. 10. The wily old lighthouse keepers will have invented a highly lucrative money laundering scheme by the time they get back from checking their offshore bank accounts. 11. The wily old lighthouse keepers ought to invent a highly lucrative money laundering scheme to handle the overflow cash from their many nefarious enterprises. 12. The wily old lighthouse keepers should invent a highly lucrative money laundering scheme to stash their ill-gotten gains. 13. The wily old lighthouse keepers shouldn't invent a highly lucrative money laundering scheme in this anti-crime climate. 14. The wily old lighthouse keepers should have invented a highly lucrative money laundering scheme while they were in the witness protection plan. 15. The wily old lighthouse keepers shouldn't have invented a highly lucrative money laundering scheme while they were being monitored by the FBI. 16. The wily old lighthouse keepers could invent a highly lucrative money laundering scheme once a year for 100 years and never run out of ideas. 17. The wily old lighthouse keepers couldn't invent a highly lucrative money laundering scheme even if their lives depended on it. 18. The wily old lighthouse keepers could have invented a highly lucrative money laundering scheme if they'd had a laptop and a bank account. 19. Even those wily old lighthouse keepers couldn't have invented such a highly lucrative money laundering scheme without outside help. 20. The wily old lighthouse keepers might invent a highly lucrative money laundering scheme unless they're kept under house arrest. 21. The wily old lighthouse keepers might have invented a highly lucrative money laundering scheme while they were waiting for trial. 22. The wily old lighthouse keepers must invent a lot of highly lucrative money laundering schemes. 23. The wily old lighthouse keepers must have invented a highly lucrative money laundering scheme while they were out on parole. 24. The wily old lighthouse keepers can invent hundreds of highly lucrative money laundering schemes. 25. The wily old lighthouse keepers can't invent any more highly lucrative money laundering schemes. Review exercise 11.8. Your own compound nouns. On a separate piece of paper, build up your own compound nouns, both subject and object, as on page 140. Review exercise 11.9. Your compound nouns and complex verbs. On a separate piece of paper, write out your own sentences as on page 141. Review exercise 12.1. Nasal consonants. More, bore. Summing, subbing. Jam, jab. 9, dine. Anna, adder. Pawn, pod. Bring each. Geese. Singer. Cigar. Ring. Rig. Review exercise 12.2. Ending nasal consonants. Rum, run, rung. Some, sun, sung. Hum, hun, hung. Review exercise 12.3. Reading nasal consonant sounds. Some young men wanted to fling a ring along the rim of the fountain, but we told them to clam up and clean up their game. One was a well-mannered young man with the name Dan Wang. He said, "Yes, ma'am." Review exercise 13.1. Throaty consonants. How, rehire. Cow, accent, sink. Go, regard, drag. Bring in, thanks, sing. Row, mirror, car. Review exercise 13-2, the letter X. Excite, extra, accept, excellent. Example, exactly, examine, exit. Review exercise 13-3, reading the H, K, G, N, G, and R sounds. Dr. Baxter's exact experience was such that when the good doctor traveled to the Sahara, he inhaled the arid air, picked up his still-packed bags, and headed for the bar. It was time to examine the sorry situation, which was exactly the case with Dr. Igor Baxter, an English historian with a peg leg and an unquenchable thirst for Mexican rum. Baxter had had a pair of strange experiences in the area, but he was still game to accomplish his goal in the exiled purgatory of the great dry Sahara. When he saw that his patients were to be camels, however, he packed up and took off for green England without a single pang of regret.